Resume the session of this committee with the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, and I hand the call over to Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your contributions tonight. So, my first question that I'd like to talk about is the ABC Charter that requires a corporation to provide within Australia comprehensive broadcasting services of a high standard, and for the board to ensure that the gathering and presentation by the corporation of news and information is accurate and impartial according to the recognised standards of objective journalism. So the ABC's editorial policies also stress the need for accuracy, including making reasonable efforts to ensure that material facts are accurate and presented in context, and to avoid presenting content in a way that will materially mislead the audience. Impartiality, including balance that follows the weight of evidence. Fairness, including avoiding misrepresenting a person's or organisation's views. And objectivity, including exploring all possible explanations and narratives to issues or events. So your charter and with the charter and editorial policies in mind, I want to ask about its coverage of a number of issues. Firstly, on Monday the 22nd of September, footage emerged of Hamas executing 3 Palestinian men that Hamas accused of being Israeli collaborators. Now, this occurred around the same time that Prime Minister Albanese delivered his address to the UN General Assembly stating that Australia would recognise the State of Palestine. On Sky News, the Kenny report on Tuesday the 23rd of September, Kenny noted that while the ABC gave blanket coverage of Albanese and Wong in New York, we have found no coverage of these real events in Gaza on the ABC website. Now, I've also done a bit of research for ABC's coverage of this story, and I haven't found anything. I'm happy to stand corrected if that's not the case, but it appears as though these events weren't widely covered by the ABC, and I suppose I'd like to understand why that's the case.
Thanks for your question, Senator. I think understanding all that you've just said about our obligations as set out in the Act and the Charter, the particular conflict is an area that has caused obviously much difficulty, not only for media but generally. Our coverage has been extensive over the 2 years of the conflict across multiple channels, both television, audio, our digital properties, etc. I can't talk to every editorial decision that gets made in the context of that coverage, and Mr Fang might have some additions on this, but I think we can be incredibly proud of our coverage and the quality and extensiveness of it, and the fact that, you know, I think that volume of coverage generally, and subject to the policies and the reporting and complaints mechanisms we have, that the ABC's coverage has not been found, other than on rare factual accuracies, to be lacking. And I think that's something that I'm so proud of our teams and our ability. Now, the particular story you refer to in terms of Mr Kenny, I'm not aware of that particular story. I'm not aware of the decision that was made to cover or not cover that particular issue. Obviously, I don't have any doubt that the ABC has covered the atrocities of Hamas and how they operate. I don't think our audience would be any doubts about that. And as I said, I think we can be incredibly proud of the extensive and comprehensive coverage. And Mr Fang, do you have anything that you want to add to that particular answer?
Only to reiterate what you have said in regards to those 2 particular examples that you stated, Senator. I mean, clearly the coverage of the Australian government's recognition of the State of Palestine is an important story. I'm not aware of the coverage of the other example that you spoke to, but as the Managing Director said, we have extensively covered this conflict over the past 2 years, including covering the atrocities committed by Hamas, not just on October the 7th, but also in particular retribution by Hamas on citizens in Gaza itself. And so, we have covered and extensively covered this story over a long period of time in a way that has provided accurate coverage to the Australian audience.
So, I mean, I find this a pretty significant occurrence that Hamas executes 3 Gazans, it wasn't just obviously reported in Sky News, but across other media outlets as well. Does the ABC not consider this issue, this particular event, to be serious enough, given it coincided with the fact that our very Prime Minister is recognising a state of Palestine at that time? Was there a deliberate view to ignore it? I mean, perhaps you can find out, or I can take on notice, why this particular issue wasn't covered. I think given its quite significance at that particular time. I mean, the fact that that Gazans are being executed. There's been broad coverage, obviously, of the way in which Israel have conducted their fight against Hamas, against terrorism and the loss of life by Gazans. But when it comes to Gazans' lives being taken by Hamas, why wasn't this as important?
Oh, look, again, Senator, it sounds like it's a significant story. I'm not aware of how we covered it or not. I think it is difficult to cover stories on the ground in Gaza, as you know, because of the inability to get journalists in. So from time to time, we cover stories in different ways.
But I suppose if this is already understood in the media as well, why didn't the ABC choose to pick it up as well? I mean, if other outlets were able to report on it, why then would the ABC not be able to, despite the fact of the difficulty? If other outlets can do that, why didn't our national broadcaster do the same thing?
Yeah, well, as I said, I'm not aware of whether or not or how we might have covered this story. I just wanted to, I suppose, make the point that we have covered extensively and previously the conduct of Hamas.
Okay, well, can I get that on notice, please? Because I think given that now, in terms of social cohesion in our own country, we're seeing a lot of support for Hamas. I mean, we've seen just this week, Glory to Hamas and the main street in Melbourne. I would have thought that it would have been important to cover all aspects of the conduct of a terrorist organisation that are being glorified now in our country. And missing this, I think, is a huge missed opportunity to do so the Australian public can be truly informed as to the conduct of a terrorism organisation that is gaining support in our country and creating more division in our country than unity. I think it is a responsibility of the ABC to be able to do that effectively. So can I please get that on notice, exactly why, to understand why this specific story was not covered by the ABC?
We can certainly look into it.
Thank you. So in recent weeks, the Northern Territory community has been rocked by a series of sentencing decisions. The Jake Danby hit-and-run case, where a man killed a pedestrian and mocked the victims. The case of a baby in Alice Springs whose skull was fractured during a home invasion, and the rape of a 13-year-old girl under so-called traditional law marriage arrangement. Together, these cases sparked public outrage and led the Territory Government to announce a review of the Sentencing Act. Outlets such as NT News, Sky News reported them side by side as part of the same crisis of confidence in the justice system. The ABC, however, reported only the Danby case in isolation without reference to other cases that prompted the review. So I suppose that raises questions about editorial choices once again and consistency with the ABC's charter. So why did the ABC's reporting of Jake Danby hit-and-run sentencing not mention the other cases which were also part of the same public outrage which triggered the sentencing review, such as the rape of a 13-year-old girl by a male through so-called traditional law, or the baby's skull fracture, which were both reported by other outlets once more? Does the ABC consider these cases less relevant for its national audience, and if so, why?
Look, I'm sorry again, Senator. I'm not aware of all of those cases. We'd have to look into how we covered them. But I wouldn't agree with the idea that we don't consider these to be important issues and that we don't cover them. But I'd have to follow up to find out exactly what our coverage has been.
I'd really like to understand that, because as a Warrapuri woman from the Northern Territory, looking at these cases side by side, the Jake Danby issue, so the hit and run, Jake Danby was a Territorian of Caucasian heritage, let's put it that way. The hit-and-run victim was Indigenous. The other cases involve perpetrators who are Indigenous. Is there a reluctance from the ABC to appropriately actually report on these specific issues, especially when it comes to customary law? And I've been questioned by many journalists on the validity of young girls being promised off in marriage and traditional law. Is there an attitude that the ABC likes not to paint, let's say, Indigenous Australians or culture in a bad light? Is that some sort of grey area that the ABC chooses not to go near?
Well, Senator, sorry, again, I'm not aware of all of those cases and what we have done to cover it, but I would have to respectfully disagree with you on the idea that we are not looking to cover all of the issues that relate to Indigenous Australians, including including in the Northern Territory and including issues around crime and justice. We have done, and we've extensively covered issues, and our we have a very significant editorial presence in the Northern Territory, more than other media organisations in both Darwin and in Alice Springs, and we also have specialist reporting teams that are looking at issues across the country around some of these issues.
Well, I suggest that you look a lot harder and pay more attention, because it looks to me as though there's been some very selective reports taking place. I mean, how is this consistent with your charter obligations to provide context and avoid misleading by omission?
Well, I think, Senator, as Mr Fang said, our teams in the Northern Territory are extensive, and in fact of some concern that in many areas, we are increasingly becoming the last major presence. So the issues you raise are very important.
Okay, but you're the last major presence, I understand that, but Sky News and NT News have a pretty, significant presence. I mean, you are the taxpayer-funded national broadcaster, and you can't even pick up on the fact that a baby's skull has been fractured, and a 13-year-old girl, she's Indigenous, right? She's part of our most marginalised group of Australians, was raped under traditional customary law, married off, and is pregnant. How is this not a significant issue when it comes to the rights of women and girls in this country, of our most marginalised in this country? Why does it not even get a mention?
I mean, Senator, I guess I would have to understand where that information came to be, who that information was provided to, whether our teams were aware of the information.
Of course they were aware.
Whether they chose
This is the Northern Territory. I mean, if they weren't aware...
Senator, I appreciate we've had a long day here, but my practice is to permit the witnesses to answer and also the senators to ask their questions. So
it's very not dissatisfying
I appreciate
answer.
these are matters about which people care deeply, but I would appreciate if you would allow the Managing Director to answer, and then you can ask the follow-up question.
I don't feel that my response is flippant, Senator. I'm just trying to get to, again, in the absence of our understanding around this table of the particular issues that you're raising, we would have to look into why there may or may not have been editorial decisions not to cover those matters. As I said, they're very serious matters. That things occurring in those communities are extremely serious, and we should be covering them with all due care and responsibility. There is certainly no understanding in the ABC that we're not in any way going to report on issues of the nature that you're raising.
Well, I find that you're failing your responsibility to the Australian people, and certainly to the 13-year-old and the baby in this matter, who are Australian citizens. And I suppose, you don't have any answers right now, and I'm sure the Australian people would like an answer to this question. So can you please take on notice an understanding to find out exactly why these very important issues were not brought to the attention of the Australian people, please, because personally, I have personally experienced in my immediate family the treatment of women through traditional and customary law, and it seems to be an issue that the ABC broadcaster and further afield like to ignore the impacts of traditional culture on the lives of our most vulnerable Australians. certainly, if colonisation was to blame, I'm sure the ABC would be on the front foot with this specific issue if you could frame it in such a way. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem you could frame it that way. So I really would like, for the benefit of this committee and the benefit of the Australian people and the benefit of the baby and the 13-year-old, if you could provide an answer at some stage as to why what appears, I don't think you could argue that there was no awareness of this. Otherwise, why are you paying your journalist taxpayer dollars in a salary if they're failing in their job to report on such important matters relating to our most marginalised people in this country? Please, at some point, provide an answer. I would very much appreciate that.
No problem.
So, my last question, I'd like to return to reporting of ABC's reporting of Charlie Kirk's assassination around 12:30 p.m. on the 10th of September in Utah, which was about 4:30 a.m. on the 11th of September in Australia. So columnist Jared Henderson, who used to have a regular spot on Insiders, rightly described the event as one of the most significant assassinations in American history. The event was widely covered by Australian media, but Mr Henderson pointed out that the ABC's flagship Current Affairs 7:30 program made no mention of this assassination on the program on the night of the 11th of September. So there were about 15 hours between the assassination that occurred and the airing of the 7:30 program. Is that not sufficient time to prepare even a mention of the event by Sarah Ferguson in her opening editorial?
I mean, I can only imagine, Senator, in the particular case you're talking about, that the assassination was widely covered on the ABC across our television, audio and digital services extensively. There would have been no doubt in any audience member's mind as to the events and the seriousness of them. Should every particular program cover a particular matter? No, that's not the way that our coverage works. Our coverage is to be balanced across the entire day and across all of our channels and opportunities. Why 7:30 didn't cover that on particular night, again, would be an editorial decision that, again, we're not going to be necessarily in ability to respond to you in this minute, but I don't think that you can in any way say that that matter wasn't covered extensively across the services of the ABC. I suppose
if you could get that on notice, I'd appreciate that, because the program covered the OECD Secretary-General Matthias Cormann, an interview with him, plus coverage of the Starmer Labor government in Britain, plus youth crime in Melbourne, but also a story on building prosthetics. So I suppose why wasn't another item from the show held over for another program? Could you find out that on...
Sure, Senator. I think, again, the answer would be that 7:30 report requires certain sorts of material to be available, or a story to be available, or an interview guest to be available for that particular program. I can only assume, again, I don't know, as to why that wasn't the case on that particular night. I think the 7:30 report has subsequently covered that particular assassination. And again, I'll come back to the fact that across the entirety of the ABC services, it was a matter that was covered extensively.
Senator Price, I'm just giving you a 1-minute warning.
No worries, thank you. So one of the articles that did mention it stated, but as younger voters shifted right in 2024 and Mr Trump ran up a 5-point margin of victory in Arizona, Mr Kirk and his allies claimed vindication of his view of a sharp-elbowed, culture war-oriented conservatism. What does the ABC define as sharp-elbowed, culture war-oriented conservatism?
Mr Fang.
Oh, look, I'm sorry, Senator. I don't know the particular story that you're referring to, and if you have it, it would be helpful. But I think across the breadth of the coverage about this event, we covered a wide variety of perspectives.
Can I just ask one more quick question? What does the ABC constitute as far-right views? Can you answer me that one?
Oh, look, again, Senator, I'm not sure what you're referring to then in particular, but across our coverage, we covered a variety of perspectives and a variety of people.
Well, I suppose Mr Kirk was referred to as far-right advocate. So what would constitute far-right views to the ABC? Can you get that on notice for me, please?
Well, again, we cover a variety of perspectives, and we attribute and quote from people about their views on these issues and on people and their impact and their views. And so I'm not sure entirely which story that you're referring to, But, you know,
Well,
across...
I'll get that for you, and I'll also get that the article where Josh Lees from the Palestine Action Group is referred to as an organiser and a spokesperson, and there are, you know, I suppose I'd like the ABC to outline why the term activist is used selectively here as well. He's referred to as an activist, but doesn't have any far left extremist views according to the ABC. So I will table that, but also if I can get that in the interest of time and passing the call, if you could please provide that on notice, I would appreciate that as well.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few more questions for the ABC. Mr. Fang, at an earlier estimates hearing, I think it was November 2024, you told me that you did not know if any Palestinians, Arabs or Muslims sat on your Middle East advisory panel. I think it's the Middle East guidance panel you referred to, and you didn't know the cultural makeup of the panel either. Can you provide me with an update on who sits on that panel?
Look, sorry, Senator, I don't recall that question or that conversation. After the events of October 7, the ABC put together a panel to help provide staff with assistance and guidance around covering the war and, of course, the atrocities of October the 7th. It was a variety of editorial leaders that were part of that, but we also took soundings from a lot of staff across the organisation, and there are a wide variety of ABC staff that contributed to that. I'm not sure what you're referring to as
you
a
said
example.
We have a Middle Eastern guidance, as you have indicated. It involves a panel which is led by me. It has representatives from the editorial policies team. So I asked you, was there a diversity of voices on it? Were there perhaps any Middle Eastern people, Muslims, Arabs on that? And you said you kind of didn't know the cultural makeup. So I'm asking you now, because it is relevant. If people are providing advice on Middle East, then there should be people who might, you know, come with a background from there. And so I'm asking you now, what cultural diversity do you have in that panel?
Yeah, well, I think what I probably referred to at the time was that the panel was constituted of expert editorial leaders that were providing advice, but we spoke to staff and we took soundings from a variety of people across the organisation. We don't continue to constitute that type of panel. Our editorial guidance is done in the normal way through my team and through speaking with the news team and others.
So the panel doesn't exist anymore?
That's correct.
Okay. And you still don't know what the makeup of the panel was, I guess?
Well, I know who was on that part of the panel, but...
Did it have any Arabs, Palestinians, Muslims, Middle Eastern people on it?
The Middle East Guidance panel was made up, the small panel, I suppose I'd refer to it, was made up of editorial experts. But as I've said, we spoke to many different staff. I couldn't detail for you here all of the staff or all of their cultural backgrounds.
Okay. Could you update me on your board and tell me how many people of colour and First Nations people are on the ABC board as it stands now?
Senator, in terms of the makeup of the board, I'm certainly not aware of anyone of First Nations background or anyone of colour who's currently on the ABC board.
And is that, do you think that's a problem?
Again, Senator, that's probably a matter for the government to respond to. The board is at the discretion of the minister, and it's not something that the ABC is actively involved in the recruitment of.
Well, you are on the board, you are the managing director. You must have seen the Jenke report, which recommends that the ABC improve diversity of representation in management and leadership. So perhaps you can tell me, in the ABC leadership team, which is on your website, it says meet the ABC leadership team, how many First Nations people and people of colour are on the leadership team?
Thank you, Senator. Obviously, Ms Williams is here today, sitting on my right. Ms Williams was, I guess, in the last 6 months appointed as the Director of First Nations Strategy. Ms Williams has a team that she's working with to develop both a response to the Listen Loudly Act Strongly report, which we published to staff an update the other day, and I'm also working with Ms Williams actively on the development of leadership capacity across the ABC to ensure that we do have leaders that reflect the diversity of the nation, and I'll ask Ms Williams to respond.
And if
more
maybe
broadly.
you could answer Ms Williams, or Mr Marks, you still haven't answered my question. I know Ms Kelly is on the leadership team. How many other people of colour or First Nations people are on the leadership team?
On the leadership team, there is certainly one person of heritage from I guess, an Egyptian background, and Ms Williams, who's from a First Nations background. So that's, fairly substantive representation on the leadership team.
Is it out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people on the leadership team, there's 2, a First Nations and a person of colour. You call that substantive? Given the problems ABC has had with racism? They
both have significant voices on the team, and I guess large representation in terms of their ability to influence those issues, and I guess a substantive increase from where we were, Senator.
So 2 out of 13 you think is a large representation?
No, Senator, I think one of the things that I'm keen to do as part of my time at the ABC is to ensure that we really spend time on developing the leadership skills of a diverse group of individuals who can step into successful roles in the leadership team, to ensure that the matters that you're addressing are well represented on the leadership of the ABC. And
so people of colour don't have leadership skills? You can't find any person of colour or other First Nations people with leadership skills?
Well, I'm not saying that they don't, but I think there is opportunity for us to spend more time developing those skills, because as you would rightly know, when there are people of position and influence, that's when you get real change. So that is a core objective that we are working actively on right now. And Ms Williams, you might want to respond to some of the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Mr Marks. Senator, we are embarking on a raft of actions under the ABC's implementation framework for the Listen Loudly Act Strongly report. There's a raft of initiatives in there around increasing First Nations representation in the more senior bands across the ABC. Data shows that a number of First Nations employees, a greater number, are in the lower salary bands. So that is our focus for the new 2025-2027 ABC Indigenous Employment Strategy. We are working closely with People and Culture, who are also running a leadership program identifying leaders to move into executive roles. And thank you for that, Ms Williams. Do you have, Mr Marks, a strategy also for culturally and racially marginalised communities, or negatively racialised, as the National Anti-Racism Framework calls it?
Senator, we do have very specific policies about ensuring representation of culturally and linguistically diverse
That's
people.
An outdated term, though, Mr Marks. That's not really used anymore, but it isn't really helping you achieve anything at the senior levels, is it?
Well, I'm not sure, Senator. I mean, we're talking about one particular group of, I guess, diversity. There is other diverse representation on the leadership team. So, it may not be from a particular diverse group, but there is other representation. So I think when you look at the statistics, I'm not sure, maybe Ms Klein, you know the answer to this question.
I'm sorry, I'm particularly asking about racially marginalised communities because there was a whole review done because of issues of racism within the ABC. I might just leave it at that and put some questions on notice, but one last question is, the Genki review, and in response to that, the ABC committed to providing anti-racism training to all staff. How far along are you with rolling out of that training?
Sure, I'll let Ms Williams respond to that.
Thank you, Mr Marks. Senator, we have rolled out the anti-racism training. We drew on the Australian Human Rights Commission's e-training modules, and we made it compulsory for all Australian Broadcasting Corporation employees. 90% of our staff have completed that training to date.
Thank you very much. So there is some movement at least.
Yes.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. I'm going to turn to the Coalition, Senator Henderson or Senator McGrath? Senator Henderson.
Thank Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to you all, and Mr Marks, welcome to you in your new and very important role as the Managing Director. Look, I firstly just wanted to ask, and this goes to Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price's concerns about some of the ABC's coverage. Is there any reason why Mr Stevens is not here?
Senator, I think what I'm trying to do in terms of representation on the panel is ensure that we've got the executives that are responsible for the overview of the ABC as opposed to the particular editorial decisions that are made day to day in respect of the ABC. I think between Mr Fang and myself, we are generally aware of any particular issues that have arisen and should be able to respond to questions that you may have.
It's just that there is a statutory requirement on the ABC board to disseminate news and information impartially and factually. So I think it's core business for the ABC. Mr Stevens ordinarily does appear, and it's not reasonable to expect yourself as Managing Director or even Mr Fang to address all of these issues, particularly when we might be talking about different stories or different coverage. And obviously you're very new in the role, but there has been a long history of raising concerns about issues of bias at the ABC, Mr Marks. So it would really be helpful if someone representing News and Current Affairs could attend so we could address those issues directly going forward. But look, I just want to firstly ask you about, it's an ABC Ombudsman determination. It's on your website, published on the 2nd of August, and it concerns the International Court of Justice, which issued provisional measures in the South Africa versus Israel case. And contrary to widespread reporting, the court did not find there was a plausible case of genocide as against Israel. The ICJ President Judge Joan Donoghue clarified in a BBC interview on the 26th of April 2024, the court decided that the Palestinians have a plausible right to be protected from genocide. It did not decide that the claim of genocide was plausible, which of course means something very different. Now, this was reiterated by the ABC Ombudsman on the 2nd of August. The Ombudsman ruled that an online article containing the same misstatement breached accuracy standards. But however, I am concerned that despite this, a number of ABC presenters and guests who haven't been corrected continue to misstate the ruling. This occurred on Radio National Breakfast on the 18th of September 2025. And I can provide more details to you. The 23rd of September 2025, I think again on Radio National, in an interview with Mr Husick. The first one was an interview with Mr Shoebridge, Senator Shoebridge. And then also on the 16th of September, UN Commissioner Chris Sidoti made a similar claim to an ABC TV News host, Joe O'Brien. So can you just explain why the ABC hasn't disseminated this particular ruling such that this misstatement, which is obviously very offensive to Israelis and to Jewish Australians, is being reported in an inaccurate way?
Well, I'll refer to Mr Fang in a minute, who will have detail for you in relation to the Ombudsman's ruling. I guess I'd need to understand the specifics, and thank you for offering to provide that detail to us, which we'll certainly look into. And again, it will depend upon whether that's an ABC person commenting or whether that's a matter that's been brought on or commented on by a guest or anyone appearing on an ABC program.
I'll just give you one example. On the 18th of September, the host of Radio National Breakfast said to Senator Shoebridge, "We know the ICJ found it plausible that Israel's acts could amount to genocide." Now, that's not what the ICJ found. The Ombudsman, your Ombudsman, has corrected that, but clearly the determination by the Ombudsman has not been disseminated, and this inaccurate portrayal of what was found by the ICJ is continuing to appear in ABC News and radio programs.
Thank you. Look, Senator, I'm not aware of that particular circumstance, but I would say that We have provided staff with guidance about the ICJ case. It's written guidance. It's available in our Middle East guidance. We continually look to make sure we update things if there's reports from the Ombudsman's office or if facts and information change. And so we've provided advice on the details of the ICJ's findings in relation to that matter. But yeah, as I said, not sure about the exact details of that 18th of September reference that you've made.
So what is the process at the ABC for ensuring that corrective statements are provided to all journalists, newsmakers, producers and the like?
Well, in regards to the Middle East guidance, we update it whenever there's a need, so semi-regularly. It was updated recently. We communicate that via email to all staff. I sent an email to all staff only a couple of weeks ago about an update. Where there are more immediate or pressing information or pressing details when things change, we communicate that to senior editorial leaders, either verbally or through emails to expect them to communicate more widely. But significant issues of fact, significant changes, significant court decisions, for example, we communicate directly with all staff.
Could you provide a copy of your communications, because in this respect, so we can understand how this is being disseminated to journalists? What sort of mandatory training is provided to journalists at the ABC? I mean, are they required to attend frequent workshops? Are they educated in these matters, including in findings by the Ombudsman?
Yes, so I think we might have spoken about this previously, but all ABC staff, particularly...
I know I'm interrupting you, but I raised particular concerns about TikTok. I call them the TikTok journalists, about the training of some of your journalists, because I have raised serious concerns about the training of some reporters at the ABC, or some people who are not trained journalists, I should say.
So all of our content makers that are involved in news and information are required to complete a mandatory session of editorial policy training every year. We have everybody that is onboarded is expected to complete an editorial policy module. We then follow up with an introductory module. One of the editorial advisors in my team conducts a training session every fortnight. We also conduct 2 weeks of intense training for editorial matters across the year. So we had an editorial week of training in addition to our normal training in, I think, February, March, and there is another session coming up in 2 weeks' time. That mandatory training is tracked in an online system. All staff need to assure that they've completed that by filling in an online completion form, etc., to demonstrate that they've done that training. We also continue to talk to staff about issues on a regular basis, on an ad hoc basis. Our teams do editorial reviews and sessions where they look back at their coverage, and part of those sessions often involve talking about editorial policy issues and how we can best meet our very high standards. So training is really important. It's something that we're expected to complete. It's mandated by the board, and we're working to meet that mandatory expectation with all of our staff every year. In addition, there is also compulsory legal training as well.
Which is probably in the ABC's own best interests.
Well, I think
given some of the recent defamation cases, it's very good that journalists are well informed on these matters.
Well, I wouldn't disagree that it's very good that journalists are informed and that we, meet the high standards as we do all the time, and that we are making sure that we're providing the audience with the best information. What
is the minimum qualifications required to be an ABC reporter? So, I mean, sorry to talk about the dark ages, as Mr Stevens has referred to my time at the ABC, but when I first started in journalism, I did a formal cadetship and a grading process. I went on to go to university, but putting that to one side, there were very strict requirements on every television journalist when I first went into television. What are the minimum qualifications to be an ABC reporter in this day and age?
Well, I think it sounds like you and I have had a similar pathway in terms of our education in regards to training, because I also was a cadet and then had a university degree and did a cadetship. I don't think it's always been the case, and it's still not the case, that all journalists had to do university degrees. I know in my time working as a reporter over the last 25 years that there have been plenty of journalists and other editorial staff that have come in without university educations, because we want to be able to make sure that we're reflecting the experiences of all Australians.
No, I didn't ask about just university. What are the minimum qualifications required to be, so cadetship, TAFE training, university training, whatever the case may be, what are the minimum qualifications required to be a journalist at the ABC?
Yeah, I understand the question. I'm sorry, Senator. But what I'm saying is that I would suggest to you that by and large, most of our journalists come through a university education, but that is not necessarily a requirement for all journalists. We're looking for people that might have relevant experience and backgrounds in a variety of different situations, because we want to be able to understand and report on the country. But what we do is make sure that we train people and that we provide them with appropriate editorial support and standards and guidance to make sure that they meet our standards. So the important thing is that they meet our editorial standards and that we be judged by that content.
All right, thank you. I'll leave it at, I've got a few more questions, but I'll hand over the call now, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Before I come to Senator Anandaraja, do any other coalition senators have questions? Senator McGrath.
So thank you. Good afternoon, good evening. The ABC earlier this year handed down the Sunderland report into editing and other issues relating to a piece which included Heston Russell, whereby additional gunshots were used which were not accurate. My understanding is that all the recommendations were accepted in February of this year. Have all of the Sunderland report recommendations been fully implemented?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I believe so. Mr Fang's been responsible for the verification of the implementation, so...
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So there were 5 recommendations specifically referring to editorial. 2 of them involved some updates to our editorial guidance. They've been completed and communicated to staff, and also we've conducted training sessions with a variety of staff about those. The other 3 were around some of our processes. One was to ensure that non-journalist content makers were also given editorial training. That has commenced, and we are doing that, specifically tailoring editorial training to editors and camera operators and people like that. There was a discussion, one of the Sunderland recommendations was about our workflows, in particular in news. So news has undertaken some work looking at the way to ensure that our workflows are meeting their recommendations to make sure that everything is appropriately checked, and that has been completed and put in place. I think I've captured all 5 there. Yeah, so those were the recommendations as it related to our editorial output, and they've all been put in place.
Thank you. I've got another set of questions.
Continue for now, Senator McGrath,
Okay.
and then I'll hand over the call in about 7 or 8 minutes.
No worries, thank you. Now, can I just ask questions about the ABC offices in Parramatta? So, the ABC, I understood, had a 75% target of the staff who were based in Ultimo to work from the new Parramatta office. Has the ABC met this 75% target?
I'll ask Ms Klein to respond to this, but I'm not sure that was the target, but Ms Klein, you can provide the detail.
Thank you, Senator. So the target was actually 75% of content makers to be out of Ultimo, not necessarily in Parramatta, just outside of Ultimo and around the country.
but I do apologise. Having clarified that, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, so I'll revert on notice.
If you could,
Yeah,
on notice, answer the question that you've responded to, rather than the one that I asked, if you know what I mean. So how many staff actually work at Parramatta compared to Ultimo?
So in the Ultimo office, we had around 2,000 staff, and again, I am talking off the top of my head, so it might be best if I do clarify on notice, but around about 2,000 staff were in the Ultimo office. Approximately 200 to 300 are rostered in Parramatta. So there's some that are permanent in Parramatta, and that would probably be likely to be our local radio staff, and then there's some newsroom staff that are permanent in Parramatta, and then we roster some across both locations, depending on need and depending on local events and the like.
Was there a target for staff who were based in Ultimo to shift to Parramatta?
There was a target, and we met the target.
And you did meet that target?
Yes, that's right.
Is there additional capacity for staff to shift from Ultimo to Parramatta?
So the capacity, again, I am talking off the top of my head, the capacity is around 280 desks, I think it is, in a sort of flex work environment. So we roster to the capacity that exists in that location.
So I'm a bit of a sticky beak. So the next time I'm in Parramatta, could I invite myself to come by and have a look?
Always welcome in the Parramatta office.
No worries, thank you. I might even do an interview. No worries. That concludes my questions for the time being.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Senator Anandaraja.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Marks. Nice to see you again. Hello, team. I just want to draw your attention to funding cycles, and if you could explain to the committee what 5-year funding cycle would mean for the ABC.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I mean, we live in an increasingly complex media environment, particularly when it comes to some of the more complex and expensive television genres, such as children's television, adult scripted television, documentary, etc. And these things and these formats need to be planned over multiple years. So it's very, we want to have an environment where we pursue excellence, where we can provide content to Australians that compete with the very best of international production. And it's very difficult to do that without the certainty of what you're planning for and what you're funding. So I can assure you now, I would already be looking at children's television programs or scripted television programs, for example, that we would be looking for broadcast in 2028 or 2029. And if we don't have the certainty of funding, it's very difficult to be able to do that on a conclusive basis. Also, time gives you some efficiency. Time means you can plan. Time means you can take the steps needed to ensure that programs meet, what we expect to be their standards. So, the more certainty that we have as an organisation, the better we're going to be able to deliver services to the public.
So currently your funding cycle is 3 years. And we're looking to expand that to 5 years. Now, you're being very diplomatic and talking to us about planning, which I appreciate, but I'm not a diplomat. Why else is it important to shift from 3 years to 5 years and come out, decouple from the electoral cycle?
It's critical, Senator. I spoke about a few genres there, but even when I'm looking at news and current affairs, for example, more is being asked of the ABC than less. When we started, we were in television and radio. Now we're television, radio, we're digital. Then we're television, radio, digital plus social. Then we're television, radio, digital, social and podcasting. All of these genres are things that we need to add to our expertise because of the nature of the expectations of the Australian public on the services that we deliver. You can't shift those things in a short-term basis. You need time and planning to be able to do that over the longer term. So, and if I look 5 years, 10 years down the horizon, and I understand that what will happen is increasingly our commercial competitors' models will become more refined and more focused on specific audiences and probably paid audiences as more content goes behind the paywall. The ABC, as the freely available media organisation, has a responsibility to provide all of those various services, and unless we're in the ability to plan with certainty what those changes might look like and how we do those over the period of time, we won't be as effective as we can be, and we'll always be compromising on the public service. So,
speaking of compromise, is it important, do you think, to decouple from the electoral cycle?
I think, there should be no doubt of the importance of the ABC. Having arrived after my time at Nine and seeing very big similarities but also distinct differences between, your responsibilities or the content slate at Nine and the content slate at the ABC, I'm constantly amazed as just the huge expectations on our teams, the volume of, core services that we provide. We're the only organisation that services well children's content. We're, the only freely available news channel in all of Australia. We obviously have international services as well, serving the Asia Pacific. So there should be no doubt about the value of the ABC. It is our job to ensure that we deliver to that as management, but there is no reason that should become an electoral issue.
So we also, I understand, gave you a historic investment of $6.1 billion in the last term of government over 5 years. What effect has that had on your forward planning and content, Aussie content, as well as your news and other services?
I think it gave us a lot of certainty. We've also implemented some changes since I've started, just to ensure that we're freeing up, where possible, as much funding as possible to provide services and content to the public. That will always remain our focus. Again, there are things changing in our mix, but that certainty and the privilege of being, funded by the public, I think, is an incredible responsibility we take very seriously. Ms Klein, you're well placed on this. I guess you and I are already working on a 5-year horizon, and we're making decisions based on that 5-year horizon. So it absolutely is critical.
Yeah, so if I can just also add to what Mr Marks has said, also the criticality for us around our infrastructure and our planning around infrastructure. So we are, as you would be well aware, we're in 68 locations. I think it's 57 regional offices. So to actually be able to plan forward, there's a lot of maintenance that goes into having that number of assets, both property assets, but then also we've got our infrastructure as it relates to our technology. As Mr Marks said, we're now on multiple platforms with multiple services, so we're running a sort of traditional linear broadcast operation at the same time as we're enhancing our digital products. So to actually have an eye on what we can do for the future and how we can actually sequence the planning in an ordered way, it really does make an incredible difference to the way you actually operate an organisation of our size and our footprint.
You mentioned regional communities. You obviously have a very large footprint in regional communities. How do you connect with these communities, and particularly in times of crisis like natural disasters or so on?
So perhaps if I talk, I'm probably well placed.
Critical periods as well.
Yeah, so I can, maybe I'll talk to infrastructure to a certain extent. I might pass back to Mr Marks for I guess a little bit more detail around content. So obviously our infrastructure and being in those locations in the first instance is critical. So to actually be a part of the community, and I'm sure you would know, and it really is evident that our teams in those areas are part of their community. So to actually be able to have the physical presence there, that makes a huge difference. As I indicated, actually maintaining the physical presence, though, it's a costly, absolute priority, but it is costly to maintain that sort of asset base. But we have the people, we have the staff in the communities. In terms of some of the more recent things with the funding, so I think the Better Funded National Broadcasters funding that we received. That was the $20.9 million over 4 years. Some of that we did quite specifically put to growing the emergency broadcasting team. So that is a relatively small team. I think it's now 13 people. So we grew that to be not just a sort of seasonal team, but actually in recognition of the fact that those events are more intense, they're more frequent, they have a longer duration. We actually grew that team.
What was your baseline?
The baseline, I think, was it was probably around 8 or so staff, but they weren't all permanent.
Yeah.
And so we're now sitting at around 13 staff. So what it allowed us was to have a permanent team running all year round, which, as I said, was in recognition of the fact that the emergency events have grown in time and in severity. So there was a really quite specific funding, but that again doesn't reflect. I mean, the team are amazing, but they're a small coordination team. What is actually the real expense for us is all the work that the actual news teams are doing, and the regional teams and the local radio teams, and that again is then where that infrastructure comes into play. So it's sort of multi-layered, our commitment to those areas, and then how that impacts on our cost base. But Mr Marks, I don't know if you had more to say.
No, I mean, Senator, I think this is something Senator Henderson's expressed interest in as well before. Our regional officers are very important. They do great work, but I can see opportunity for a lot more. We recently announced that we're going to make available our emergency broadcasting information to basically any other regional or rural broadcaster who wanted to access that information so that they could draw upon those resources as well. We've been doing various...
Is that infrastructure that they get to use?
That's more the content. So again, with a lot of these small players, you know, they're stretched to provide content to their communities or to their subscribers or their audiences. And so to have some access to some other baseload material, I think, should be incredibly valuable to them. And we're doing more research on this all the time. What I would hope to do is extend beyond that and also, you know, make some of our local content available to also local rural and regional operators around the country. And when I've been touring around the offices recently, I can see where the opportunities are to make more of that. So one of the projects we're working on at the moment is effectively a localisation strategy where that content that is already generated, we will use both the teams in those places plus technology that's developing to be able to make more of that audience so that an audience member in Dubbo, for example, might be able to choose a localised version of the news digital service as opposed to the national version of the national news service, so that the stories that relate to their communities will be preferenced in their feed.
So you're tailoring content for the community, the local community? Tailoring
content for the community as opposed to just relying on national services, because it's also quite frustrating for some of those local journalists. They have to compete with that national teams to get their content into the system. It will also perhaps involve some more risk, but I think worth so, in delegating editorial responsibility for more of that local story to local teams, again, rather than having to go through national teams. So all of that, I would hope, as we roll that out, and will provide a better ABC localised service, but ultimately we're continuing the work to see whether other regional and rural providers of news and information may get benefit from that material as well. It's a part of reimagining the role of the ABC, not just as the ABC, but as a content provider.
Very good. And just one last question. Will it be, do you think that model fostering local talent as well, is that part of this sort of capacity building?
Definitely, and as their content gets more traction in their local audiences, and there are more platforms on which you can access that local content, they will get a greater sense of both engagement with the local communities plus a sense of satisfaction from their roles.
And finally, how will you broadcast this new initiative? Like once it's live, how will young, say, content creators in these communities find out about this opportunity for them?
I find that people are pretty good at understanding things when we do make announcements, but you know, as we formalise exactly what we will do and how we will go about it, a communication of that both to the public and obviously to content providers will be a key component of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Anandaraja. I will go now to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again today. We have a very consistent constituent, John Adams, who's been doing great work holding the ABC accountable. He does that with a lot of organisations, and he's a model citizen. For a broadcast the ABC put to air in 1975, which sought to humanise abhorrent paedophilia. On the 23rd of October 2018, well before your time, in Senate estimates on a question from Senator Abetz, the ABC misled the Senate by saying you no longer had the tape of that broadcast. I can see there is correspondence tabled today by the Minister, from the ABC, which clarifies the record. I wonder, though, how hard you looked in 2018 when all it took for John Adams to obtain the request was an email to ABC Archives. It doesn't look like you tried very hard to answer Senator Abetz's questions. Does the ABC respect the Senate estimates process?
It's a critical part of the process and a critical responsibility of the ABC. So yes, we take this process very seriously. I can't talk to what happened in 2018. Obviously, the material that you refer to would not meet our standards in terms of harm and offence and should not be available for distribution. It was broadcast by the ABC, admittedly 50 years ago. I understand that, Senator, but I think Mr Fang and I have discussed this particular instance, and we both agree that based on our current editorial policies, that material should not be broadcast. Thank you. The ABC national broadcasters, I don't need to use that quote from your letter, you've already covered it, thank you. Minister, are you aware the Minister for Communications has the power under subsection 78(3)(a) of the Australian Broadcasting Act 1983 to direct the ABC to publish the recording on its website or not publish? Mr Fang, you seem to...
Sorry. I think it's a question for the ABC about the...
The Minister has, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought the question was directed to the Minister. Senator, my understanding is that the ABC can be directed to release material.
You're correct. Thank you. Now we've cleared up the powers of the Minister, I have one last question for the ABC. You are not releasing this material because it fails to meet community standards. And having heard some of the content, I agree with you entirely. It's abhorrent. Can you provide an assurance that the ABC will not use its platform to air material sympathetic to or supportive of pedophiles or pederasts ever again?
Senator, material that doesn't meet our editorial standards should not be broadcast, and we have a substantial team and process and checks and balances to ensure that those things don't happen. So I would be, absolutely confident that material that does not meet, certainly does not meet those standards, would be subject to review and should not be broadcast.
So material sympathetic to or supportive of pedophiles or pederasts will not be broadcast?
Senator, you'd have to look at the particular instance, but the material that you refer to, that was the 1975 material, we've looked at and obviously does not meet editorial standards.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. I'm going to go to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much for your participation. We have discussed this in private when you came to meet, so I thought I might just air it publicly. Is in an age where media outlets and social media platforms, etc., are perhaps becoming more specialised, more tailored, is the ABC trying to do too much rather than perhaps using the changing media landscape to take the opportunity to specialise and go from perhaps, what's the right word, to take the ABC's skill and quality to a higher level by doing more specialist types of things? Do you recall the conversation we had?
I do, thank you, Senator. Yeah, no, I think when I started, we had a process to, I guess, be very clear about what our strategy should be going forward. And that resulted in basically a plan that we should focus in two particular areas. One is things that I would say are core services, and those are particularly local services that serve local communities, but it also would include freely available news channels. It includes obviously our children's content, etc. So they are core services that, if the ABC didn't exist, many of these services wouldn't exist, and they need to be available, particularly for when people need them. The ABC continues to need to compete in a different world, and the other area that we need to continue to focus on is content with impact. And content with impact it has a high ambition, it should meet excellent standards, it should be on serious issues, and so impact, when met with our obligation to provide core services, I think provides the right sort of dynamic for us to make those assessments going forward. We're now in the process of really understanding what is it we do that either meets either of those tests. And if there are things that we look at and go, well, maybe they don't meet either of those tests, we need to be able to ask ourselves, well, is that something we should stop? Now, as I understand it, over many years, there's been a lot of discussions at the ABC about things that we should stop, and maybe those decisions haven't been made. But I think, speaking from the perspective of the staff, the organisation, certainly from the board, and I think the benefit of the public, there are things that maybe we will stop because they don't meet either of those particular tests.
So the ABC becomes not just a trusted broadcaster, but a serious, I'm not saying it's not, but becomes a more serious broadcaster, because trust and seriousness are not necessarily the same thing.
No, they are not the same thing at all, and they obviously do influence each other, but they are separate. But, you know, in a world where media content is almost limitless, yes, the obligation on the AB's... Not equality. The obligation is to ensure that when we do things, we should do them well. We should do them, in the pursuit of excellence.
Do them very well.
Do them very well. I know, I agree.
Yeah, to honour the taxpayer contribution, to do them very well. Yeah.
Yeah, and with impact. And that is where we need to get to. It will take some time, but that will be a big part of my role over my tenure as the Managing Director, is to ensure that we get to an environment where we are meeting one of those particular strategic objectives in the content that we're generating.
It's interesting that in this day where the image, whether it's a photographic still or a video, has become so powerful in conveying the story, radio is still very, very powerful. I think it's still very powerful. As someone who spends a lot of time around regional Western Australia, etc., why is that? What's the power? Why has radio been able to maintain its... Do you agree that radio has been able to maintain its power and influence, and why is that, do you think?
Well, to combine the two answers, radio done well can be incredibly powerful.
Agreed.
And the reason it can be incredibly powerful is its immediacy. Often there is a direct connection to community or a member of the public. Often it is almost the best in time service to get information to the public. So radio, local radio, this is the backbone of the ABC, and I can't see that changing, certainly in my time and well beyond my time. So radio done well can be incredibly powerful as a medium.
I can't help but think that in this sort of age where there's so much misinformation, that there will be a reversion where people think more consciously about what they do trust, and then the power of hearing someone's... I'm conscious that AI can do voices, but that the power of someone's voice, the immediacy of that, may actually have quite a significant resurgence.
Yeah, and I think it's a massive responsibility of the ABC in an environment of the rise of misinformation. There's always been an incredible responsibility for accuracy and impartiality. That responsibility only rises as we go forward. And I think the presence of the ABC and the familiarity with audience members, that they know there's a place they can go to that will be real and not AI generated, that does have that responsibility, and we need to deliver to that responsibility. Again, our role will become more important in society, not less.
I'm not sure if we talked about this point, but we may not have. Why is it that the ABC attracts sort of editorial controversy, my word, editorial controversy, but we don't hear much, I don't hear much, colleagues, editorial controversy about the SBS?
I mean, you can't compare the volume of work that we do with the volume that SBS does. Even our news channel, the 24-hour news channel, I think has an audience over all day, 24-hour audience It's probably a third larger than SBS's main channel, and that's just one of our channels. Yeah. Let alone the 3 news audio services, let alone, you know, the extensive content that we do on the main channel of the ABC, let alone ABC Digital, the social content, etc. So I just think it's 2 things. It's the weight of the amount of content that's required of the ABC, and it's the special, I guess, relationship that the audience has, you know, with their public broadcaster. That, you know, they understand SBS, but it's commercials, partly commercially funded. So I just think that relationship is different. And so the expectations and the discussions around the ABC will always be higher, and that's a responsibility you must take on board.
Proportionality. Just to more contemporary matters, the Latoufe matter, what did the ABC learn through that experience or about that experience?
Much. Calm, under pressure, follow our processes, ensure that we meet our standards, just an understanding of who has the ability to make decisions in the organisation. There seem to be many failings in the Latoufe matter. They should not have been lessons to the organisation, but they're a good reminder of the expectations and responsibility of the organisation to act appropriately in all such environments. It should have been done better, and it wasn't.
Has the ABC calculated what was the cost to the ABC, both internal cost and the use of external counsel and others regarding the matter?
In terms of external costs, I think my estimate was, you know, at the time of the trial, it was going to be many millions of dollars. There are still, I guess, some final accounts to come in. I understand that we may or may not have a cost hearing to go through. So, you know, I don't think it's a matter that we can draw a line under, unfortunately, as much as I'd like to at this point. I know that our external costs at this point, of all of the components of that, I think are now more than $2.5 million. What our internal costs are hard to estimate, but obviously extensive time and effort on behalf of many people in the ABC. I mean, you know, this was all there to be avoided. So, you know, it is not a good reflection on the organisation.
Perhaps on notice you could just identify what the elements of the total cost were, so external counsel but other associated or related costs. Why did the ABC not accept the settlement of $85,000 before the case concluded?
Yeah, I know that's been reported, but I think that statement that was made was somewhat inaccurate, because as you would appreciate, the settlement of litigation often involves more than money. And there were a number of other criteria that were being discussed, that many of which were incredibly difficult for us to accept. In fact, would have amounted to a breach of our editorial standards if we were to accept them. So, you know, I can see from the correspondence, of course I wasn't there at the time, I can only see the sort of summary of the offers that were made. The ABC made substantial efforts to find a commercial settlement. I know that the final financial offer we made was, I think, in the order of $150,000. So, you know, it was a substantial offer, particularly in the light of the judgment that was received. But of course, we can't accept things that might involve us accepting other editorial as becoming ABC editorial, or obligations to employ someone as part of a settlement. You know, again, there were many components to those discussions that made it difficult to find a resolution. So I think I can say, having looked at the record, there was an attempt a very serious attempt to find a settlement of the proceedings. It was a shame that that did not occur, and here we find ourselves today.
So what changes have been made at the ABC as a result of the Latoufe matter?
I mean, I looked at this and the policies and procedures were there, they just weren't followed. What's required before any disciplinary action is to occur is it has to go through a code of conduct review, which is a code of conduct review that has to be handled with the head of people and culture. And a code of conduct review outcome is a matter that can only be decided on by the head of People and Culture or myself. So if those processes were followed appropriately, then I'd have to think that we wouldn't have got to that outcome. So the processes, procedures were there, they just weren't followed. So the lesson is follow the process.
Yeah, senators love process. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I'm raising a slightly personal issue, which I'm sad to do so. It refers to the asbestos issue at Elstonwick. And the reports that a number of people, former employees of the ABC, working at the Elstonwick studios have died as a result of asbestosis. And I wanted to know, can you provide an update in relation to this? I happen to be one of those former employees who was at Elstonwick studios during the period of time where apparently the asbestos was found. A number of former personnel have died either of asbestosis or mesothelioma. Can you please update the committee on this?
Senator. I mean, this is a tragic situation for our whole nation to have to go through, and it has affected not just staff at the Elstonwick office, but staff at various offices around the country where asbestos was present. I don't know, Ms Klein, if you have any update. I know we've been in communication with various members of staff who are still currently and previous staff to ensure that they have the appropriate support and access to the right information in terms of their ability to make claims for the illnesses that they're no doubt terribly sad and terribly tragic consequences. And, you know, I guess it's an issue that affects not just the ABC but the whole nation. We're doing our best to ensure that we're in touch with as many people as possible to make sure that they've got the information and the support that they need. Ms Klein, if you want to add anything to that response.
So just before we go to Ms Klein, can I just understand how many people have died who are former employees of the ABC?
Senator, I don't have that specific information. I'm sorry, and I'm not sure, due to the nature of the manner in which these cases are reported and the confidentiality, that we actually know all of the detail behind all of the different matters.
And I'm not seeking that. I'm just asking how many people have died.
Senator, sorry, but even in answering that question, it's not always clear to us if an individual has had any sort of related injury or disease from the ABC or from working at the ABC. So perhaps if I can suggest we provide an answer on notice so that I can actually do that, you know, due justice in providing the best data we possibly can. I don't have a number in front of me, I'm sorry, and we can also provide all of the sort of steps we have in place for employees.
So you have paid compensation to a number of families of those who've died?
We are aware of individuals who have sought workers' compensation. We are aware of that. It's not specifically a claim against the ABC per se. Obviously, we operate under a workers' compensation sort of regime, but we haven't had individuals necessarily approach us in a manner. It's through workers' compensation claims. So we do have some awareness, not full awareness necessarily of all of the detail behind all of the claims, but we will provide on notice the information we can.
So the reports are that this has impacted potentially hundreds of people, and I'm referring particularly to the Elstonwick studios. What period of time are we talking about?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Well, there's an extensive report. Secret asbestos spreadsheet outlines extent of ABC cluster, published the 11th of March 2025 by The Age, and I can table this article. And it talks about 550 employees who worked at 2 ABC studios in Melbourne have been listed on a confidential asbestos register. documenting those who were potentially exposed to the deadly material?
Senator, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the report you're referring to, nor to a secret list of that nature. But again, we will take that and we will provide what we can on notice. We are in no way trying to diminish the importance of this matter, nor hide any of these elements. I just am not really familiar with the article you're referring to.
So this report says that at least four former ABC employees have died, and that they were exposed to carcinogenic material between the 1950s and 2010s. Are you offering screening to all staff who worked at those two studios during that period?
So we have communicated where we can. We've communicated where we can with individuals. We've communicated in as sort of, I guess, public a manner as we can to make people aware of the things that we have put in place. So there are a number of things in place. Again, I think it's probably best I provide that on notice to you so that you have the proper detail of all the steps that we've taken.
So could you provide on notice your communications? I haven't seen anything, and I fall into that group of former employees, and I haven't been offered any screening. I didn't even know about this until this popped up in my estimates briefing.
Okay, of course.
Including any proactive steps that the ABC is taking, any other sites where there is asbestos or there has been asbestos claims. I'm aware that there was quite a big issue with a cancer cluster in Brisbane, it was a major issue in Brisbane, but I appreciate the sensitivity of this issue, but I can tell you as one of many, many hundreds of people who work there, over a very long period of time, it's very concerning.
It is. We understand that. Of course, we'll take that on notice.
Can I ask, I just want to turn to a couple of other issues. Again, going back to the reporting at the ABC, and I have to say I think there is an unfortunate history of choosing certain program topics or perhaps not seeing an impartiality insofar as what the ABC decides to report. And a good example of that is concerns raised by a woman called Sal Grover, who runs an app called Giggle for Girls. The ABC covered the federal court case Giggle versus Tickle, or Tickle versus Giggle, extensively, the outcome of that case, which found against Ms Grover, and yet she's raised concerns publicly that the ABC has not reported on the fact that this is under appeal. Are you able to shed any light, Mr Marks, on why those sorts of decisions would be made by the ABC?
I'm not aware of that particular case, unfortunately, Senator, so that's something that we will have to come back to you on.
So Ms Grover published on her X page, on her social media X account, ABC Australia's taxpayer-funded broadcaster ignored Giggle versus Tiggle, aka the biggest women's rights court case in the country's modern history. If this is the only place you get your news, it's highly possible you have absolutely no idea what is happening in the real world.
Thanks for bringing that to attention, Senator. I don't have any factual basis on which to enter into a discussion on this particular case. Mr Fang, looking at you, you seem also...
Not aware of that one either, I'm sorry.
This is exactly why Mr Stevens needs to be here, because it's these decisions which reflect, I think, on the trust issues with the ABC. If the ABC sees fit to cover this case, it is obviously a massive case. It's been all over other media, and yet suddenly it's disappeared from view on the ABC when the court case is under appeal.
Senator, look, I've been obviously at the ABC for a time now. I feel that our teams do an incredible job in covering the extent of material that they do over so many different channels and so many different formats and so many different issues. I'm so impressed by the work that they do every day. I can't talk to this particular instance, unfortunately. I wish I could. It's something on which we will have to revert to you on.
Do you have any concerns about decisions like this when they're made, impartiality? the impartiality of the ABC, because there's a long history of decisions I would put to you, Mr Marks, and you've only been at the ABC for a short amount of time, where I would say very strongly that we have not seen appropriate impartiality from the ABC, with respect to a number of stories. I accept there's many stories where that's not an issue, but there are too many stories where impartiality is, I would put to you, an issue.
Senator, no doubt there's thousands of editorial decisions being made every day, and I have absolute confidence in the teams making those editorial decisions. Two things I'll say. One is, do we get everything right? Of course we don't. There will always be things in the volume of material that the ABC covers where there will be opportunities for us to do things better. That is our task every day, to ensure that we meet that obligation, that responsibility. And the other thing that we constantly need to do is ensure that we're covering content that is of importance and impact for all Australians. And I think our teams adopted a new strategy in the last election coverage, where we went to obviously the public and engaged with them on the issues that they felt were important. So Your Say type of campaign, I think you might be familiar with. It is something that we continue to do, and it's something that I am doing constantly with the team to ensure that we are covering the issues of importance to all Australians. It will be a constant vigilant exercise. I know our teams go through every day. I think they do excellent work day in, day out, but that is our endeavour and our exercise to ensure that we always do better.
Can I ask you about the recent Louise Milligan Four Corners program on the faith group known as the Plymouth Brethren? Ms Milligan travelled to Miami and to Canada. I just want to know what the cost of that travel was and how many staff were involved in going to the United States, and whether that's typical with a program like Four Corners.
Again, on that particular instance, I'm not aware of the particular travel costs for that tour, but the Four Corners program itself doesn't have a huge budget. Certainly in my experience with what the budget would be at an organisation like Nine. Do they regularly go internationally? Yes, they do. They go internationally to cover stories of international importance, particularly with their relevancy to our market and to, I guess, issues that might be corresponding issues in Australia. Mr Fang, I'm not aware if you're aware of that particular story or...
Look, I don't know what was spent on the travel, Senator, but I would say that I don't think it's unusual for an investigative program that's seeking to interview and speak to people that are directly involved in stories for them to go and pursue those people where they are, particularly if they're an important and relevant perspective that we would want to have in the story.
If you could take on notice and provide any other details about the costs of that program, I'd be most grateful.
That particular episode?
That particular episode. Also keen to understand the production budget for Four Corners and how much is allocated to travel across the board. And so I'm just very keen to look at what the breakdown of the production budget is, including on overtime. I believe there's a very large overtime bill at the Four Corners program.
Look, I'm not aware of that, Senator, but we can definitely take on notice the costs. It would be good to be for us to try to be relatively specific about what you're seeking there, and certainly we can look at the Plymouth Brethren story.
I've got other issues to raise, but the clock is getting to us, I'm afraid, so I might have to leave it there. I'll put my other questions on notice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. In the absence of any further questions, I will now pass on the committee's grateful thanks to the ABC for attending today and answering questions. And you are excused, and I welcome officers from the SBS.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
While the SBS is coming to the table, I will just note that it is now 8:30 and we have remaining on our agenda a further 9 agencies. On the basis of our relative pace today, it seems to me extremely unlikely that we are going to get to those agencies, and so I would like to be able to release some, if not many of them. I'd simply make that observation based on the timing and our pace today, and I am requesting senators to consider that as we move into the next set. Can I have that? Sorry?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, and thank you as well.
No, thank you. I appreciate the assistance of senators in these matters. That's right. Okay. I now call officers, sorry, I've called you before, but I'll just say it once more. Call officers from the Special Broadcasting Service. Welcome Ms Jane Palfreyman, the Acting Managing Director. Do you wish to make an opening statement? I have previously suggested to witnesses that if they do wish to, that it be as short as possible, please.
Senator, I'm happy to go straight to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on that note, I will give the call to Senator Faruqi.
Good evening.
Waiting such a long time for our questions. I have just seen a few hours ago an article published by Callum Jaspin in the Sydney Morning Herald, which reports that SBS staff remain unable to use the word Palestine in news stories, despite the federal government recognising Palestinian statehood. And one staff member is reported as jokingly likening the use of the word Palestine to that of Lord Voldemort in the Harry Potter books as the word that must not be named. Why won't you bring your editorial guidelines in line with the government's foreign policy, which now recognises Palestine?
Firstly, thank you for the question, Senator. I have read that article this afternoon. Let me start by saying we're incredibly proud of the painstaking work, as relates to this coverage over the past couple of years. There's a lot of hard work from our journalists, and we consider these issues deeply. Let me also clarify our position. We refer to the occupied Palestinian territories, which Australia now recognise as the State of Palestine. We carefully consider the language. Obviously, this is an ever-evolving area, and in fact, over the past couple of weeks, the position has changed, and as such, we've had to update our editorial governance. We are governed by our code, and we take that very seriously to ensure we do deliver balanced, impartial and accurate coverage.
Sure, but the accurate coverage would demand that you would call Palestine now Palestine, not occupied Palestinian territories, with a qualification. ABC have updated their editorial. I think your credibility as a multicultural broadcaster is shot to pieces with this revelation. Don't you agree?
Senator, fortunately we have our News and Current Affairs Director here, and so Mandy considers these issues regularly and might wish to share her perspective. We are referring to the recent development where Australia recognises the State of Palestine, and we also are referring to the fact that it is occupied territory, and so we are doing both.
But it's called Palestine now. It is a state. It is recognised. Even the Albanese government recognises there is Palestine. They have changed everything on their government documents and websites to call it Palestine. What is your resistance?
So look, I could probably answer that or add to Ms Palfreyman's answer as well. SBS, as you'd be aware, is editorially independent, and we've continued to review our guidance and change our guidance to staff over the last few years. So the decision was made only within the last couple of weeks. Occupied Palestinian territories is absolutely still correct, as is the reference to Palestine. So in a transition period, we've been calling it the occupied Palestinian territories, which Australia now recognises as Palestine, as a way of informing audiences of that transition. Now, again, that guidance is continually under review, and in discussions with our staff, we've explained that we would expect to continue to evolve that within the next few months. And if I could hasten to add, in terms of the article today, I've checked in with all the senior editorial leaders of our News and Current Affairs division, and whilst we have ongoing everyday editorial conversations with our staff, we actually have not had the suggested overwhelming negative feedback from our staff in relation to this, because again, I think we keep talking to them about the fact that this is a situation under constant review, and we expect to continue to change and evolve that language.
Now, obviously, your staff are talking to Callum Jaspin, who has reported this, because it also reports that SBS staffers have expressed increasing levels of grief and moral injury at your hardline editorial approach. And they are concerned about disciplinary consequences and fear of retribution. Maybe that is why they're not expressing the problems that they have with you not using Palestine. Are you concerned? Are you embarrassed? Are you ashamed about how your staff are feeling?
As I mentioned, we've checked in today with all our senior editorial staff who have not had those conversations. We have many avenues for people to pass on their feedback anonymously or directly. Certainly we have conversations about our decisions and the decisions we make in consultation with senior leaders across the organisation, be it in our language services, NITV or news and current affairs. Everybody's at the table when we make the decisions around these sorts of guidelines. So there's a lot of consultation that happens, and we will continue to discuss with our staff and continue to encourage them to come forward. But our editorial standards manager is, deeply connected with the staff, and she also says that she hasn't had this significant feedback as alleged in the article.
Perhaps you should go back after the publication
Absolutely,
of this article and
yes.
talk to your staff, who seemed very aggrieved. Moving on to another topic, Australia is set to join countries on the international stage for the 2026 Eurovision. Israel is also set to attend and will perform pop songs while the State of Israel bombs and buries Palestinian children under rubble. Belgium, the Netherlands, and Portugal, Slovenia, and Ireland have all indicated their intention to withdraw from the next Eurovision in Vienna if Israel participates. Will Australia, because SBS is the broadcaster, will you also withdraw, or will you provide cover for Israel?
Senator, thanks again for the question. We intend to participate in the Eurovision Song Contest. We are aware that these are issues of deep concern. What I would say is impartiality is a bedrock of who we are and our reason for being, and as such it's not appropriate for us to form a view on this. It is a matter for the EBU. We're aware they're going to a vote with members in November, and we'll look forward to hearing the outcome of that.
How many Palestinians do you think, Ms. Paul-Freeman, need to be killed and massacred by Israel before SBS considers Israel's participation in Eurovision as unacceptable and withdraws? This is not a matter of impartiality. This is a matter of morality and ethics.
I think given these troubling times, it's actually ever more important for us to be impartial and to not state a position for or against in any of these really complicated
So you're not against
contexts.
a genocide?
That's
SBS
not
should
what I
not
was
be
saying.
against a genocide?
Sorry, Senator Free. I've done this to every question
Sure.
today,
Yep.
which is when you've asked a question, if you would allow the officials to answer, and then you can ask
I
another
apologise.
one. No,
Thanks,
apology.
Chair.
Thank you.
I think it's ever more important. Our role as a broadcaster and a public broadcaster is to provide coverage across our news and current affairs, impartial coverage that is accurate, that provides a balanced view to inform Australians and give them all the facts and all the perspectives on these issues. As I said, the issue of which countries partake in Eurovision is a matter for the EBU. They are conducting a vote and we look forward to the outcome.
SBS calls itself a broadcaster that represents Australia's racial and cultural diversity. Am I right? Does SBS not recognise that genocide is the ultimate expression of racism?
Senator, again, our role here is to provide Australians with factual reporting on this matter. Impartiality is core to our code of conduct, which we are governed by, and it's only becoming more important to deliver to that in a world of mis and disinformation, and that we take that very seriously. We note these are really incredibly troubling times, and so as such we take our role of reporting these conflicts incredibly seriously.
Broadcasting Eurovision where a state committing genocide is participating is not about providing accurate coverage or information. I don't understand how SBS can justify platforming Israel in Eurovision while at the same time claiming to be an anti-racist multicultural institution. Do you understand that this is not about reporting?
I understand the question, Senator. What I'm saying is that issue is up for a vote. That will go to vote in November, and we will soon know the outcome of that. My point about our coverage is to demonstrate that our role as a public broadcaster on this issue is to provide this impartial coverage. As such, having a position for or against whether a country should partake is not a matter for us. It's not a matter for us to take a perspective here, but rather to allow Australians to form their view and provide them with the facts and coverage that is accurate, that is unbiased and that is impartial as governed by our code.
You could make a decision, though, not to broadcast it if that country does partake, without asking for that country to withdraw. Is SBS prepared to acknowledge that broadcasting Israel in Eurovision actively undermines its credibility as a public multicultural broadcaster?
Senator, this isn't a matter for us, it's a matter for the EBU. We are reporting on the issue in our news, this very issue about the EBU going to a vote. We understand, you know, these issues are deeply troubling for all Australians, and as such, we will consider how this issue evolves. We look forward to the outcome of the vote, and then our role on the reporting of these issues in the Middle East will continue to be carefully considered in line with our code.
Thanks very much. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Sorry, do you have? Yes. Sorry, I hadn't understood. I've just given an indication to Senator Shoebridge as well.
Well, no, I'm fine to go to
Thank you. I will. Thank you, Senator McGrath. I appreciate that. Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah.
We are going to a break soon, Minister. Senator Shoebridge has indicated that he will be
This may be
exceptionally
the
brief.
most efficient way of dealing with it because it follows on from Senator Faruqi's questions about SBS. So thank you for answering those questions. What is SBS's editorial policy? What's the part of the editorial policy you reference when you're deciding to either proceed with or not proceed with Eurovision?
Sorry, Senator, can I clarify the question there? The editorial policy in relation to the terms we're using to cover the Middle East, or?
Well, I mean, there have been, as you know, repeated and real concerns about Israel's international humanitarian law violations in Gaza, a recent finding from the UN Commission of Inquiry that's engaged in genocide, and a large public campaign to say, no, if Israel's participating, neither SBS nor any other broadcaster should broadcast Eurovision. Mm-hmm. What's the editorial policy to deal with concerns like that, where you have widespread concerns in the community about covering?
What I'm referring to is our code of conduct. I might encourage Claire O'Neill, who looks after our codes, to dive into the detail on this one.
Thanks, Senator. Look, SBS will always make a range of editorial decisions about what it chooses to broadcast and to not broadcast. We've been broadcasting Eurovision for 40 years. It's a very well-loved event by our audiences. As Ms Palfreeman said, I think the decision not to broadcast Eurovision due to the actions of a state which we are also providing news and current affairs reporting on, I think would contradict our requirement to be impartial and to provide impartial coverage, because I think you could draw the conclusion that if we made that decision, we were forming a view about the actions of that nation state, which could then lead to a suggestion that we weren't providing accurate and balanced news and information.
You could just be following the findings of the UN Commission of Inquiry, which as recently as the middle of last month concluded that Israel was engaged in a genocide in Gaza. You don't have to be neutral in the face of a genocide, Ms O'Neill, do you?
I'm not suggesting we're neutral in the face of a genocide, Senator. I'm suggesting that if we were to make an assertion about a country's behaviour, that could suggest that we were not approaching our coverage of that conflict impartially.
Well, this isn't about coverage of the conflict. This is about choosing to put on air an artist from a country that the UN Commission of Inquiry has found is currently engaging in a genocide against Palestinian people in Gaza. That's quite different to news coverage, isn't it?
Well, not necessarily, Senator, because if we made a corporate decision that we weren't going to broadcast it because of the actions of a particular state, then we'd be sending a message about SBS's views about it, which would necessarily include a corporate view, which people could then draw into question our editorial coverage. I would also say that it's actually not certain that Israel will be competing in Eurovision yet, because as Ms Paul-Freeman noted, there will be a vote occurring in November with the EBU member states.
I have two questions, which I'll try and roll in one because of the time. Have you had any complaints, and if so, how many complaints have you received in relation to SBS's stated intention to continue to show Eurovision, notwithstanding the controversy over Israel's attendance? And secondly, have you engaged with any parts of the Palestinian community or Palestinian artists or others to help inform your decision?
Senator, we haven't had any formal code complaints on the issue. We have had audience feedback. We've received about just under 150 pieces of audience feedback since January, and that's obviously peaked in the latter half of September. Apologies, Senator, in terms of engagement, we regularly engage through many parts of our network, both through audience feedback, to understand and solicit the views of our communities, to inform our position.
Yeah, but my question was about the Palestinian community. Have you reached out at all to the Palestinian community?
I don't have that specific...
Can you provide it on notice?
Your last question. Oh, if you're taking it on notice, fantastic.
Yeah, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Thank you for the Senator's indulgences. We will now go to a short break, and if it's consistent or okay with everyone, we'll come back at 9. It's a shorter break than normal. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Broadcast, please suspend. I can announce that we are in a position to release the Australian Sports Commission and Sports Integrity Australia. I thank my colleagues for their assistance with that. We continue to be optimistic about others given the timing. But without further ado, we're
Does that also mean the officials in relation to outcome 7?
It is not the officials from the department. It is just those two agencies, Minister.
I doubt we're going to get to them, but that's okay.
I share that assessment, but we are all doing our best, and we will endeavour to get colleagues' agreement to releasing further agencies. It is. Optimism is an underrated virtue. Okay, we go to SPS and Senator McGrath.
Thank you. On the 2nd of September of this year, SBS copied a Reuters online article to its website from the 1st of September titled, "Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, world-leading experts declare." The article claims the world's biggest academic association of genocide scholars passed a resolution saying the legal criteria has been met to establish Israel has been committing genocide in Gaza. Anyone can join the International Association of Genocide Scholars, it seems. It's just $150 per year. But current member profiles of the organisation include Adolf Hitler with a photo of a Hamas soldier, Senator and then Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars, who's apparently affiliated with Sith Without Borders, and multiple profiles of self-described Jewish or Hebrew-speaking dogs. So my questions go to, first one is, before SBS shares stories from other news agencies, what are the steps for verifying those stories?
Senator, thanks for the question. I'm not aware of that specific article, but I might allow Mandy Wicks to speak to the process that you've referred to.
So thanks, Senator. We have a number of partnerships with many of the largest and trusted news agencies around the world. So we will often take their content as paid partnerships. From time to time, we will definitely question and verify, seek to verify. Again, I'm not aware of the article you refer to. Happy to take it on notice.
If you could take it on notice in terms of the specificity of it, thank you. Yeah. So, how could a news outlet such as SBS, which does have high rates of trust in their journalism, not vet this particular article and review its sources, which quotes a genocide scholars organisation whose members claim to be dogs, Star Wars characters, and wear terrorist paraphernalia? Do you think this article, considering the very vexed issue of what is in Australia at the moment in terms of the social cohesion around the war in the Middle East, would this have rung alarm bells at the SBS to make sure that this article was correct?
Again, it's difficult to comment on the article that, as we're not aware of it specifically. So could we come back to you and take
on notice? On notice is fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson, if I may, obviously you can ask questions, but if I may, request brevity if possible, please.
Sorry, I'm battling a chocolate biscuit at the same time. Good evening. Look, just very briefly, I just wanted to recognise your editorial decision in relation to how you refer to the occupied territories of Palestine. There are no defined borders for Palestine, and of course the government's recognition is preconditioned on a number of different factors. So I just want to acknowledge that. How could you just perhaps summarise why you've made that determination in relation to how you refer to the occupied territories?
Senator, thank you. I think, language is incredibly important, something we agonise over when reporting on these types of conflicts. In terms of how we make these decisions, we are constantly evaluating, based on world events, based on the issues of the day, how best to reflect the events in service of our code of conduct. Obviously, our code and guidelines require us to be impartial, and that is something that is always at the forefront of our mind when making these decisions, so as to not bring that impartiality into question.
All right, well, look, thank you, and I do want to commend you for that decision.
Thank you.
Under, obviously, a fair bit of pressure from those who disagree. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. I appreciate that brevity. We are now in a position to release the SBS. Thank you very much for your attendance and your evidence here today. We will now call officers from the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner to the table, please. Broadcasting, can you just suspend for 1 moment? Please. We welcome officers from the E-Safety Commissioner, including Ms Julie Inman-Grant, the Commissioner. Commissioner, I will ask if you have an opening statement, but in the context of the timing and the course of the day, if it's at all possible to either table that statement or keep it as brief as possible, the committee would be most appreciative.
If you'll indulge me, I'd like to keep it brief because I think there's some important information the committee will probably want to question me on. So I will commence.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide this update during a very busy period since the last time we met in February, including the recent proliferation of extreme violent material we've seen online. Now, this is not the first time I've addressed the committee on this topic. I again note the potential of such material to normalise, desensitise, and sometimes radicalise young Australians, as highlighted by ASIO Director General Mike Burgess. Terrorist and violent extremist material used to make up just a tiny fraction of complaints of e-safety, around 3%, but we've seen a 55% increase so far this financial year. Last month, my team spent an inordinate amount of time and energy investigating videos extensively posted and shared over a short period of time, making them widely accessible to Australian users, including children. They captured 3 tragic events in the United States in graphic detail: the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the horrific murder of Ukrainian student Irina Zarutska, and the decapitation of a hotel manager in Dallas. I know many Australian parents were disturbed to discover close-range footage of the Charlie Kirk murder, in particular appearing without warning in the social media feeds of their children. eSafety sought urgent review by the Classification Board, which assessed instances of material showing all 3 attacks as refused classification. And to remind the committee, this means that it cannot be legally hosted, shared, distributed, sold, or accessed in Australia. We then engaged with major technology companies to inform them of their obligations in relation to such material, including removal notices in some instances where they were not complying. This week, we issued an online safety advisory to help parents and educators deal with the potential material collectively known as gore, which our survey shows are now viewed by 20% of Australian children between the ages of 10 and 17. We're also addressing children's exposure to high-impact, age-inappropriate content at a systemic level through the implementation of codes and standards drafted by industry and registered by me in September. These newer codes create significant additional obligations for online services to prevent children's exposure to extreme violence, pornography, suicidal ideation, self-harm material, and the outputs of sexualized AI-driven chatbots and companions. The codes will provide another layer of protection for under 16s on services that are not age-restricted when social media minimum age obligations come into force on December 10th. I know the social media minimum age is a topic that will interest the committee greatly, and I'm pleased to be able to say that we've made some significant progress towards implementing it. We have undertaken broad consultation with over 160 organizations and 345 individuals across industry community organizations. I'll skip to the main part because I can see that that is desired. In July, the government indicated its view that the following platforms would be age-restricted on December 10th: YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, and Snapchat. We have been engaging with platforms and conducting our own assessments after providing them with self-assessment tools, and I can confirm to the committee today that based on our preliminary assessments, eSafety agrees with that view and have written to the companies to convey our position. While some platforms have already indicated they agree with our assessments, some are likely to respond with their alternative view and may also provide additional information that will change the investments. I would just also say, and I'll skip to the end, that we know that these lists, there will be more certainty and there will be more education and resources delivered next week. But we know things can change on a dime. And in fact, just over the weekend, a new potential social media service may appear without warning, such as OpenAI's release of an AI-generated social app called Sora. And we also know that existing services changed. So I will leave it there, but I will table the full statement for consideration. And
sorry, yes, the answer is yes. We'll table your statement in full.
Yes.
Commissioner,
Sure.
I apologise for that.
No worries.
Thank you very much. And I will now go to Senator Whitten.
Hi, Commissioner. Do you believe in free speech?
I certainly do.
Oh, good. It's been reported that X has been issued with several notices to take down the content relating to the tragic slaying of Irina Zrutska in the US, threatening fines of $825,000 a day. X has made these notices public. What jurisdiction do you have to demand that these posts are taken down, many which are from foreign nationals and with a foreign-owned corporation?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. As I just explained, under the Online Safety Act, we have the ability, when the public complains to us about what we call Class 1 content, terrorist and violent extremist material, as well as child and sexual exploitation material. If we assess it as Class 1 material, it is considered illegal in Australia. What we did this time, to be doubly sure, is we put it before the National Classification Board. They also assess this as refused classification, which means it is illegal to be held, sold, distributed, or shared in Australia. So it is simply illegal in Australia.
So even against foreign nationals and
It's being served to Australians. It's about access to Australians and Australian children who had this in their feeds, in their four-year feeds, pushed by algorithms without any interstitials whatsoever.
Okay. Given the US has threatened visa restrictions and sanctions on countries that have not upheld free speech, are your threats to X putting Australia in danger of these sanctions?
There was a specific visa sanction that Secretary of State Rubio put forward specifically around foreign censors and taking away those visas. I have not been affected by them, and I don't see how that would have broader impact on the larger Australian populace.
So couldn't roll over into the Australian population, or?
It's specifically for people in roles that they consider to be foreign censors.
Okay. If I, as an Australian senator, want to repost video, would you recognise my right to political free speech, or would you issue X with a notice to remove it?
Well, we don't have any powers or any interest in constraining political commentary, opinions. We have legislated thresholds that were developed and passed by a bipartisan parliament. If it were adult cyber abuse, for instance, targeting another Australian adult, we would have to assess that it met the dual-prong test, which is serious intent to harm, and that it was menacing, harassing, and offensive to an ordinary, reasonable person. That's a very high threshold, and only 90% of reports that we get in that area are able to be actioned. If you were passing on illegal content, something that was deemed illegal content, you would be further distributing illegal content.
But I think my right to distribute political free speech has been established in the High Court.
If it's a political commentary or an opinion, yes. If it is a piece of content that I think it was...
Which could be construed as lots of different things, video or otherwise.
We're talking specifically about imagery that has been classified Class 1 material or has been classified by the National Classification Board. You're talking about a very small number of pieces of material.
Any
like
material,
child sexual
because...
abuse material. If you were sharing child sexual abuse material, that would be further
I'm pretty
distributing.
sure I won't be sharing that.
But some people believe their freedom of speech.
Why would you want to repost? You're talking about a video where the woman was killed.
Yeah, I haven't even watched the video.
Yeah,
It's not about that. If you believe in free speech, then it's either free speech or it's not. Who gets to draw the line? And that's my point.
No, well, according to the
line?
laws of Australia, there is free speech, and the way that these are pitched are sufficiently high, so it goes well above defamation or any other forms of speech.
Yeah.
This is about drawing a line where online discourse veers into the lane of serious harm. This is serious harm and abuse, or it's illegal content. Would you like to add anything?
I might just add, Senator Heidi Snell, General Manager, Regulatory Operations, that people are not precluded from commentary around, for example, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So commenting on that, or the brutal killing of Irina Zarutska. So it doesn't prevent you from commenting or talking about that. What it prevents is the distribution or sharing of graphic videos that have been classified as refused classification. So this is so graphic that they wouldn't be rated X-rated or R-rated. They're unable to be shown in Australia.
Yep. No. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Senator Antic.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Commissioner, just picking up on the conversation about the social media posts, the recent removal notices, which I think were issued. I'm just interested as to how those particular posts and accounts were identified. I understand that your office uses third-party contractors to scan for posts online. You don't use any contractors to look for.
Not that we rely on public reports from the public, and I believe we received about 50 around that. We can conduct own motion investigations when there is a basis for a complaint. around illegal and restricted content. Mr. Downey might like to further embellish upon that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Brian Downey, Executive Manager of the Investigations Branch. Senator Antic, in relation to the question you've asked, are you referring to the Kirk footage or the footage
I'm just referring to generally. There have been suggestions made that a company, including Meltwater from the United States, are used to identify or to somehow search for material that might...
No, that's not used in our investigations. Meltwater is a social media listening tool, which is used, we're using it to build our overall market. Ms. King, do you want to talk about how we use Meltwater?
Certainly. Catherine King, General Manager. Meltwater is a social media administration tool, so it's used internally to administer our social media accounts to publish on behalf of eSafety. So that's what that tool is used for. It's not a third party.
Thank you. And you mentioned before that these particular posts would have been refused classification, which seems clear. I mean, it's fairly ordinary stuff. But there's still obviously a lot of material online on social media that would also presumably not be able to get classification. There's still a lot of violent and abhorrent material out there, war footage from the Ukrainian front, presumably from the conflict in Gaza. Have you put out any formal or informal takedown notices for that material which is still online?
We do receive reports of that material. Mr. Downey, do you want to talk about what we're seeing?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. I might just go back to the question you asked before, Senator Antic, in relation to the Kirk and the Zaruska footage. So our process is we will receive a complaint from a member of the community. In relation to those two pieces of footage, we receive 50 complaints from the members of the community about the Kirk footage on Meta platforms. We received 24 complaints about that footage on X. We received 30 complaints about the stabbing of Zaruska on Meta platforms, and we received a further 23 complaints about the Zaruska stabbing on X. We only responded to the URLs that's associated with those complaints, and we only sought the removal of those URLs associated with those complaints. We didn't instigate any other own motion investigations, as the Commissioner alluded to. In relation to other pieces of content that may be deemed as Class 1 material, which can range from pro-terror material all the way through to anything that is classified as refused classification by the board. I'd have to take that question on notice to give you the exact figures in relation to that, and it would be broken down into different categories.
And so you do receive complaints about other material?
We do.
And is that acted on?
It depends on the circumstance at the time. Right. It depends on whether the material is deemed or likely to be Class 1 or refused classification. Right. It depends on how accessible the information is. We might not be able to find the footage, for example. The platforms may already have removed the content prior to eSafety being involved. So it's very much dependent on a case-by-case basis.
So, well, see, that's the difficulty, is that the criticism out there is that the office is just looking at things through a political lens as much as it is through a violent and abhorrent material lens. There's obviously a lot of material out there. So I think the question that people have on their mind is, how does the office come to the conclusion to issue those takedown notices? It'd be interesting to know that specifically. Because there is obviously still a lot of material out there. There's a lot of, all sorts. All of the things we've described today still exist, but don't seem to be getting the attention.
You're exactly right. There's an insurmountable amount of content circulating on the internet.
So how is it we just pick these few incidents?
It's largely complaint-based, but we never have claimed that we're going to cleanse the internet of, all horrendous content, and you're playing a constant game of whack-a-mole.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yep. So just if I can just turn to a different issue now, you've released the social media minimum age regulatory guidance document. It's a big document, and it attempts to explain how it is that the social media age assurance is going to happen. And it's very, I have to say, it is difficult to follow in the sense that it seems to suggest there will be a range of ways in which the platforms will be able to verify age, including all the way through, potentially through facial recognition to identification documents to even potentially metadata through location, things like that. So there seems to be a range of ways that will happen. It's obviously going to involve a lot of personal data. Is it the case that these providers who are asking for this will need to ask for this verification from customers? Is it the case that some of that information and data will be stored overseas?
Well, most of the feedback on the regulatory guidance is that it was reasonable, feasible, and fair, and very accessible. We've been speaking to most of the companies that I mentioned to you and a broader cohort of companies for the past year. So we have a sense of the tools that they're already using. In fact, we used some of our Section 20 transparency powers in February to understand precisely what age assurance tools they were using. You'd also be aware that the Department of Infrastructure conducted an age assurance technical trial where they tested more than 50 technologies, and they looked at issues such as robustness, efficacy, but also to ensure that they are privacy preserving. So as the regulator, I don't presume to know the company's infrastructure better than they do, or to prescribe the technologies that I thought they should use. What we did suggest was, and we took great heed of your amendment. Hopefully you recognize that. But what we ultimately advocated was what we call a waterfall or a successive validation approach. So many of the larger companies are using age inference technologies, so they'd be looking at different behavioral signals of young people. 13-year-olds usually talk to other 13-year-olds. They're logging in before and after school, et cetera, et cetera. And the question is for them, what would they be layering on for a greater degree of certainty without only using either physical or digital ID as a sole means of...
I got it. That's a very, very roundabout way of saying that companies may have to store, they may have to. TikTok, for example, their parent company is based in Beijing. If TikTok are going to verify children, even potentially children's...
But they already do, Senator, so how is this going to be different?
Well, you're going to be... well, not you, but the legislation is going to be requiring that they take active steps to do that. Some do, some don't, presumably. So, and it may be there are other...
I would say TikTok is probably one of the companies that is already taking those steps. It's worth noting that there is a co-regulatory arrangement with the OAIC, and I think very soon you'll see guidance from the Privacy Commissioner, so that we're balancing both ends of the scale, that there's privacy and safety are both enabled.
Can I just streamline this, because we are short on time? It is the case, therefore, that you can't guarantee that Australians, including Australian children, and noting this was the Office of the Children's E-Safety Commissioner, will not be stored on the servers of foreign companies as a result of this requirement to verify the age of people to use social media.
Thanks, Senator Antique. I think the key things to understand are, firstly, that a lot of platforms already collect and have a lot of inferential data available to them, and they're already storing that wherever they currently store their data. Importantly, any data that they collect specifically for the purposes of age assurance, they are required to not retain beyond the point in time that they use it for age assurance. So they will collect that data, use it to do the age assurance process, and then they're required to delete it.
But required by whom?
By the legislation.
The Australian legislation.
Yes.
So you think that foreign companies are going to simply just, companies out of Beijing, out of the Middle East, out of...
There are substantial penalties for them not complying with that.
Well, okay. Can I just, thank you. Can I just ask another question? I think, because we're a bit short on time, I'm conscious. Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence. I think my colleague, Senator Whitten, asked the question about the Trump administration restricting visas for foreign officials. Now, I'm not suggesting anything in this, but I think you were asked this question at the National Press Club, and you said you were going, I think you said, quote, you were going to defer to your DFAT colleagues on the question of whether or not there might be an issue with a visa for yourself. Have you taken advice from DFAT about status of a visa?
I do take regular advice from DFAT and share information with DFAT.
But on this issue about incurring the wrath of the Trump administration?
Well, I've recently been to the United States and I entered without any incident.
You haven't? Okay. So, but you are a US passport holder, I think, aren't you?
I'm a dual passport holder,
Dual passport holder, so it's probably not quite such an issue. But, the prospect of being denied a visa, I don't think would apply even if the Trump administration was to deny entry?
Yeah, I think it's harder for foreign students entering into the United States right now. They have to provide, I think, 7 years worth of their social media background to be analysed before they're allowed a visa.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Antic. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Commissioner, good evening. I want to ask about the social media ban for under 16s. Due to commence on the 10th of December, given it's just 63 days away, can you clarify what platforms under 16s will be banned from?
The social media delay, as we indicated just a few moments ago, will definitely apply. From our perspective, there is still some procedural due process that needs to take place. And some platforms may agree, some may disagree, but where the preponderance of young people are on the major platforms, as I mentioned, YouTube, TikTok, Snap, Instagram, Threads, and Facebook. So we are continuing conversations with a few other platforms where we see that there is significant social media functionality, and there may be applicability and in accordance with the rules. We spoke to one small platform, for instance, yesterday that's only been around for 20 months that bills itself as a social media platform. They probably have 50,000 Australian users, but they said, yep, we looked at your assessment tool, we think we're in, this is what we can do today, this is what we'll do tomorrow. So we're having conversations with a range of platforms, but over the next week or so, you'll see a lot more certainty around which of these platforms are designated age-restricted social media services, and some that may fit into the exemption categories of messaging or online gaming. What we really have to assess is what their primary or sole purpose is.
So do you know what exemptions will be in place?
Do I know what exemptions?
What exemptions?
It's specifically for messaging platforms, online gaming platforms, and any platform that is focused on education, mental health, and health. Am I missing anything?
Are you able to name those particular platforms that focus?
We haven't finished the procedural fair process with all of those platforms. Yes, we wrote a tranche of letters, 3 tranches, to about 16 who we thought could be borderline. They could be an online gaming platform, but there might be a lot of social media functionality, and so we needed them to do that analysis and for us to do that analysis. As I said at the beginning, it's obviously up to the companies themselves to have their own legal assessment. I don't have a specific declaratory power to say you are in and you are not. But what we are trying to do is give them a greater degree of certainty, tell them where we fall, and then we will talk to them about our compliance and enforcement approach.
I think a lot of teenagers and parents are concerned about how they're going to be told, how they're going to respond, what sort of education program is planned. I mean, there's a very short period of time to notify teenagers and their families.
Right. Well, of course, through this extensive consultation that I discussed, our primary focus was on parents, educators, and young people themselves. And we specifically tried to tease out what kind of information it was that young people want to know, what kind of things do parents need to know. So in the coming week, you will see from us some extensive new resources. There's obviously plenty of resources. We've created a social media minimum age hub on our website that is visited by many on a regular basis. But these will include everything from seminars, webinars, how-to guides, conversation starters, checklists. And it's been our experience over the past 10 years is you can't start too early, and you can't provide the information to them too late. But We know this is going to be a monumental event for a number of young people, and we want them to be prepared. So some of the discussions might be around how do you wean your children from these platforms? How do you help them download their archives and their memories, or follow influencers on websites, or set up group chats for their friends so they don't feel a sense of isolation?
Commissioner, I just want to clarify with you, are you in a position to provide the committee with those letters to the 16 platforms?
Yes, we are.
And you can do that?
Provide those to the public?
To the committee?
Yes, we will be publishing them on our website once we've given them and received feedback.
Because you mentioned procedural fairness, but that's not a grounds to decline to provide a document to the committee.
We wrote to the platforms today in the letter that we plan to post these on our website for procedural fairness, so it will be no issue at all to provide them to the committee as well.
And when can you do that? Can you provide those straight away, those letters?
Well, I think as part of the procedural fairness, I would like to hear back from the
procedural fairness isn't a grounds to decline to hand over a document.
I can make sure that those are provided in a timely fashion. We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Can you just update the committee on the age verification trial and where you're at with age verification?
So the age assurance technical trial, which included testing of age verification technologies, was conducted by the Department of Infrastructure. The results of that trial were tabled, I believe, at the end of August. We had a separate MOU with them, and of course, we believe that it provides a great set of evidence of independently tested technologies for the platforms that are going to be responsible for implementing the social media minimum age restrictions if they hadn't developed their own internal proprietary tools. And there are a number of tools that were tested there with a very high level of technological readiness that will give companies a head start. But for the most part, I think the major players were already testing some of these third-party solutions that were tested independently.
There's obviously a lot of concern about digital ID. Clearly the legislation, because of our amendments, we talked about bans the use of digital ID.
Yes.
But what's to stop one of these platforms asking for someone's ID, digital ID?
Well, they can ask for digital ID as one form of age assurance, but they cannot only use digital ID, and it cannot be the last, say, point of call if there is let's just say if there's an appeal or if there's a refusal. And the idea is there that you shouldn't be able to force anybody to use their digital or government ID if they're not comfortable. So there have to be alternative means that are offered by the platform.
So given the legislation prohibits the use of digital ID, what
it does not prohibit the use of digital ID. All up, it prevents digital ID from being used as a sole means of assessing someone's age.
Okay, so as a sole means of using digital ID, what requirements will the platforms need to meet to ensure that people are informed they are not required to provide their digital ID?
We've got this in the legislative, the regulatory guidance. We've got this on our website. We will expect the companies to provide us with a compliance plan and also with a communications plan to their users about what kinds of age assurance are available to them. And how they are stored and how they're stored safely. And again, I think you'll have a great degree of comfort when the Privacy Commissioner tables her regulatory advice, which I expect will be very soon. So these will work symbiotically together. We've been working with the OAIC since the beginning of this process to make sure that the safety requirements marry up with the privacy requirements.
Do you have draft copies of those communication plans?
These are communication plans that will be developed by the companies themselves as they implement the, we're not giving.
So you haven't produced best practice templates of what should be in those communication plans?
We've outlined a lot of what we expect should be in the communications in the regulatory guidance. In terms of how they also speak to young people and make sure that they're kind and they're fair.
All right, could we just get on notice a copy of those guidances?
Sure.
Please.
Absolutely.
And any other instructions or requirements that you've issued to the platforms who will be required to comply with this ban?
Sure thing.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Commissioner. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Poman.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioner and team. Just a few follow-up questions on Senator Henderson's line of questioning. Has Google and YouTube confirmed whether they think they're in the ban?
We have, to date, they have sent us, I believe, one official letter, maybe a second letter.
I can answer that, Senator Payman. So at this stage, Google and YouTube have conveyed to us that they don't consider that they're covered by the ban. We have a different view. We've advised them of that.
Okay, because since you sent both Google and YouTube the what was it called? Sorry, the self-assessment form, for whether they should be in the ban, have they responded since then?
They have.
That they don't believe they should be in the ban. Do you think this is probably based off the preliminary view that was expressed that YouTube will be an age-restricted social media company? Has the eSafety Office position changed at all and become certain that YouTube should still be in the ban?
We've performed our preliminary assessment based on information available to us from a range of sources, having regard obviously to the rules and legislation, to publicly available information on how YouTube is used, its features and functions, information that we have received from YouTube and Google, and we have used essentially the same process as the assessment tool that we've provided to industry, and at this stage our conclusion is that they fall within the scope of the SMMA obligations. We have indicated to all of those services that we consider fall within that they are open to provide us with further information for us to continue to assess.
And so if they have refused to be part of the ban or expressed that they shouldn't be, what's the process? And would you sort of characterise YouTube and Google reducing engagement with the eSafety's office because of the preliminary view you may have expressed?
They've met with us on several occasions since and continue to engage with us, so I wouldn't say that there has been reduced engagement. In terms of whether they comply or not, an industry participant can consider themselves to not be subject to obligations but may still nevertheless choose ultimately to effectively comply. We've not had indication from YouTube and Google either way on that. That's probably a matter to wait and see closer to the time. If they choose to not comply, then we will consider what next steps might be appropriate in terms of enforcing the legislation.
Okay. Just on a slightly different topic, in August, the notorious website 4chan announced it would not be complying with requests from the UK government under the Online Safety Act 2023. Would 4chan be considered an age-restricted social media platform under Part 4A of the Australian Online Safety Act?
No, it is really an image board, and we have had dealings with 4chan. I'm not sure if you want to share anything further.
We did investigate a recent complaint of material that turned to be Class 1 material that we believe was hosted by 4chan. The investigation has been finalised and that material is no longer available. So we weren't required to issue any removal notices for that. So 4chan had complied prior to us needing to get involved.
Okay. I should just note, Senator Payman, that we haven't formally assessed 4chan as to whether they're required to comply with the SMMA obligations. We've taken initially a risk-based approach to our assessment, so focusing on those services that have significant presence in Australia with significant young users and obvious key features that are likely to make them fall within the obligation at this stage. We know that it will be ongoing assessments of different services, particularly as services evolve, user migration happens, and the way that users engage with services. So whilst we haven't considered them at the moment, it's possible in the future that we may need to assess them.
Because yes, it is an anonymous image board, as the Commissioner said, but it has no account system, so you can't really trace back to users' posts, which essentially could merely be a hash string rather than serving as any kind of connected record of a user's engagement on that platform. Would you? So, the fact that you guys haven't had that sort of conversation around engaging with them to see whether they fit within the Act, it's just that I'd be curious to know whether 4chan would be effectively exempt from the ban if, given that, trying to protect Australian children under the age of 16 should prevent them from obviously seeing ultra-violent extremist and, violent content that's quite objectionable. If we were to ban them off that, whereas innocuous services like Facebook or Snapchat, which cannot be accessed without an account being created. So it would be...
So what I was going to mention is of course, the social media minimum age was really designed to provide a delay for under 16s to access or have or hold an account. The online safety codes that we've just registered are designed to prevent under 18s from accessing any violent content, pornographic content, self-harm, suicidal ideation, disordered eating, the kind of content that you would typically see on a 4chan, and they would be considered as part of our designated internet services. So they will have obligations under those codes, and those would be the powers that we would use if it were necessary, and they carry the same ultimate fine of $48.5 million.
Minister, did the government or the department consider anonymous accountless sites like 4chan when developing the social media ban policy?
Not to my knowledge, but of course that's a policy question for the department. I think the focus was on mainstream social media that a lot of children were using and spending a lot of time and being exposed to addictive design features like opaque algorithms and endless scroll. I would consider 4chan one of the darker sites on the web. These are things that we do deal with through both our Phase 1 and now soon our Phase 2 codes, but also through our illegal and restricted content scheme, because that's where a lot of terrible content sits.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister? Sorry, the question was to the Minister.
Sorry. Yeah, and I think the Commissioner's gone to some of the policy area. Senator, what our government considered was how important it was for us to take world-leading action to reduce the online harms experienced by young Australians, and that's why we're delaying access for social media until the age of 16. That's because we're on the side of parents and not platforms. When it comes to the regulation of the laws, we'll work with the Commissioner on that. And of course, as the Commissioner has outlined to you, there is separate work around harmful content, dangerous content that is separate again to social media in and of itself. But social media in and of itself, we know, parents know the harm that it causes, and that's why we're delaying access to children.
Okay, but yeah, okay. So the answer to the question is essentially no, but that's
no, I
okay.
answered your question about what we considered, and then
if 4chan wasn't considered as an account list,
the Commissioner has taken you through where 4chan.
But this was a question to the government because
I
it's the
answered
government
your question.
policy.
What I'm saying to you is it's very important that we take this action, and there are other multiple ways that we are dealing with dangerous content online, not just for children, but for everyone.
But the fact
every
that
Australian
4chan
user.
wasn't even considered.
Well, I told you what we
When the
considered.
Minister is speaking, if you'll allow her to answer.
Yep, no, that's fine. Commissioner, is eSafety aware of any recent any other piece of legislation within the communications portfolio of similar significance to the Online Safety Amendment, like the Social Media Minimum Age Act 2024 being passed through both Houses of Parliament 8 days after it was introduced? Any other examples of legislation you might know? Or?
Not that I'm aware of, but that's probably one for the Minister.
I'll come to the Minister, it's okay. Is eSafety aware of a recent example of a piece of legislation from any portfolio being referred to a Senate committee for a 5-day inquiry with a 24-hour opening for submissions?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Thank you. In her second reading speech to the SMMA bill, then Minister Rowland referred to the change as a world-leading reform that Senator Green just quoted. In preparing the policy, did the government identify why no other country on earth had yet implemented this reform?
I think they were trying to take a bold leadership role, and I think if you watch, well, I'm talking to other regulators all the time and other countries all the time. New Zealand's passed a similar law. Papua New Guinea's passed a similar law. There are 15 countries in Europe that are looking to us. So I do think it's bold and it's novel, and there is no playbook to write it. We're figuring out how to implement this the best way that we can. And I'd also note that we've put out a statement on children's digital rights because we want to make sure that this is done in a way that respects all of those rights so that we're not cutting off their digital lifelines, particularly those who may come from disadvantaged communities or may feel more themselves online than they do in the real world.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, no, I appreciate the intention. Minister, is the primary purpose of the social media ban to restrict access to harmful content or to restrict access to harmful design features?
It's to protect children against social media and the persuasive and pervasive pool of social media.
So harmful content, access to harmful content, or access to harmful design features?
I've answered your question.
Not really, but okay.
No, I have. You just didn't like the answer.
I mean, I literally had a very
simple question. Because you don't support the policy, and
that's
what
okay,
that means
Minister.
is you don't support,
Senator
the
Payman,
platforms over
come to order.
I'm going to my next question.
Well,
I know
Senator Payman,
time is against me, Chair.
Well,
that's okay. Look,
it is, but Senator Payman, when you make a proposition to the Minister's entitled to answer that proposition without interruption, as you are entitled to ask your questions. So we'll come back to you.
Why in the embargoed media release regarding the social media ban's announcement and the release of the Age Assurance Technology Trial Report was third-party comment prohibited, Minister?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Sorry?
I don't know what you're referring to about the embargoed.
So there was Media Watch released information on how the press gallery was prohibited of including third-party commentary when there were embargoed media releases around the social media ban's announcements. from the government.
The legislation or the?
It was both the social media ban's announcement and the
media
release.
watch in a while. I'm usually putting.
Well, it was
to
about,
bed.
I mean, I'm surprised that, you know, the minister hasn't briefed you on this or the government hasn't provided you, because it was the Age Assurance Technology Trial Report that was also being released, and not having a third party comment, because what's interesting
Why
is
don't I take
it
it
was...
on notice, Senator Payman, because
Sure.
then we can get you the answer that you're after.
Yeah, you can probably take this on notice as well, because if there was a concern that third-party comment from experts would undermine the confidence in the policy, then being able to publicly, you know, rebut these concerns would probably be the easiest way of reassuring the public, right? So, yeah, please take that on notice. Do you know if whether these media releases prohibit third-party comments? They were put in place because the government was afraid that they would bring up questions in public arena that the government did not have answers to. Minister?
No, look, we'll take on notice the question about a media release. I'm not sure about the details of that, but I can take it on notice. Of course, when governments announce policies, particularly policies that we're very proud of, we're prepared to answer any questions about them.
I'll just give you the date so it'll help you and the minister. It was Monday, September 9th, 2024 at 4:32 p.m. Would you like to share the call, or can I keep going?
Senator Payman, may I ask you now how much longer you are likely to be at this stage?
Probably another 10, 15.
Well, Senator Payman, given the stage of the evening, I would ask you to consider whether some, if not all of those questions can be put on notice, but in which case I will share the call with Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being back again.
It's nice to see you in person.
Yeah. Catherine Deeves made an FOI, Freedom of Information, request to the E-Safety Commissioner for documents referencing her, and you rejected the request because you hold 16,000 documents on one single person. Is that correct?
I think that is a misunderstanding. I will have Mr. Fleming, our General Counsel, announce that further. I think the hits she was talking about was a meltwater report on social media mentions, and this was of Miss Deeves tweeting either at the eSafety office handle or at myself at tweeting Jules. These were not actual records or conversations that we had of Miss Deeves. These were, again, picked up through meltwater social media monitoring mentions, but you can clarify.
Yes, Senator Richard Fleming, General Counsel. I'm not aware of the precise circumstances in this case, but we often do see that occurrence that the Commissioner mentioned, where people do mention themselves or mention us in their posts, and our social media listening picks that up, and so that's how those records get created.
So what is meltwater media monitoring? How does it get to 16,000?
So, as you know, Senator, departments, agencies have media monitoring, and whenever a particular term is mentioned, that's
E-Safety Commissioner?
Or whatever the term is, and it could well just be our email, our Twitter handle, our X handle, that gets picked up, and that's what gets reported. And when we do the searches, that's what gets discovered through the search process.
It helps us pick up the sentiment analysis. So obviously, she was either engaging and tweeting a lot at us, or we were in the same sort of set of viral tweets.
So there's 16,000 mentions, not documents?
No, not documents.
Are they mentions or hits in social media?
I don't have those details, Senator.
We can take that on notice to further clarify for you.
Yes, please, that'd be good.
Sure.
But they're not documents?
No.
They're not her documents? Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Just on that question, how many documents do you have saved on all Australians?
On all Australians?
Yeah.
We are not monitoring the Australian populace, Senator Roberts. We receive complaints from the public, and sometimes that requires an investigation of who's on the other end. But maybe you have a better answer, Mr. Fleming.
I don't, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. How extensive would you describe your surveillance database? How long are you going to keep the records?
We do not have a surveillance database,
Nothing at all.
Senator Roberts, no.
Okay. Are you in compliance with privacy regulations in keeping any records and privacy?
As a agency of the public service, of course.
Okay.
And I don't know, Ms. King, if you want to talk about our privacy and security and other governance.
I'll just add that we follow the National Archives around record keeping and retention policies, and we conduct privacy impact assessments on our internal systems that hold information, and that's just standard process for us.
Do you keep any records on Australian parliamentarians?
No, sir.
Just a question.
No, sir, we do not keep any specific records on Australian parliamentarians. I'm not sure what you're alluding to. I mean, we may look at the Hansard and see who's going to be at the committee, but beyond that, no.
Okay, thank you. Turning now to the secret trip to Twiggy Forest, your secret trip to Twiggy Forest retreat. You mentioned this at the previous session with a Dorothy Dixer question from Labor, but I note that you made no reference to the fact that this was a secret undeclared trip that you failed to declare on the gifts register until you were questioned by media. So I'll quote from Ryan Kropp when he reported for MLEX. I understand the media monitors.
Actually, it was not a secret trip. There were 32 global AI experts that went. I made my way to Perth, and I did declare the costs of that trip. I had an admin leave in that intervening period, but there was nothing covert about it. In fact, the Minderoo Summit was held again this year, and a number of federal agency heads like me went. It wasn't covert. It was to talk about AI safety with some of the best AI specialists in the world. I could sit in an ivory tower or in my office and read documents, or I could go out and learn so I can be a better regulator, and that is what I did.
What was that? So this is a quote from Ryan Kropp when he reported for MLEX. The head of Australia's online safety watchdog failed to disclose her attendance at a secretive, all-expenses-paid tech policy and strategy retreat funded by mining billionaire Andrew Forrest. MLEX has learned that Australian E-Safety Commissioner Julian Grant was among a host of local and international tech policy luminaries who attended the multi-day event at Forest Minderoo Station, a remote cattle property in Western Australia's Pilbara region. That happened in August of 2024, but you didn't declare the gifts until the media story on it came out in January 2025. Is that correct?
I recorded it in the proper recording period.
When did you record it?
There's absolutely nothing to hide.
When did you record it then?
I will take that on notice, and I am happy to provide you with that information. This was not something that was hidden or not disclosed or covert in any way. Again, it was a very useful trip at which many other government officials attended and were never questioned. So I'm not really, I don't know Mr. Ryan Kropp, but
I don't know him either.
But I don't have anything to hide. It was a valuable engagement. I learned a tremendous amount.
So if you could tell us, apparently the trip was on August 2024, and if you could tell us, confirm that was accurate, and then tell us when you reported the
Sure.
The gift.
Sure.
Because it is a gift undertaking
Yep.
travel.
Yep. Well, I had the choice of driving 14 and a half hours over the weekend each way or taking the charter. So I could have slept in I guess, on the red earth. But
I wouldn't expect you to do that, but I would expect you to declare a gift. We have to.
Oh, no, and I did.
Okay. And in a timely way.
Absolutely.
Okay. No more questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Before I return the call to Senator Payman with another request to keep it as brief as possible, I'm now in a position to indicate that we can release the outcome 7.1, the departmental officials in relation to sport. Thank you for your attendance. I appreciate that you have missed out on the opportunity to appear before this committee, but you are now released with the committee's thanks. Thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And I'll put a large chunk of these questions on notice. Just a few on the Collective Shout advocacy group. Did E-Safety Commissioner use the informal powers that allows them to tell social media services about large-scale campaigns of abuse directed towards users to inform X, formerly Twitter, of the abuse directed, in particular, in this case, to Collective Shout?
I will turn over to Mr. Downey. We did indeed work with Collective Shout, which was a heinous form of extended abuse that we're aware of, and we used the powers that we had to our greatest ability. But perhaps Mr. Downey would like to talk through them. As I said before, our adult cyber abuse, the thresholds are so high. We can't action we can only action about 10%. The other 90% aren't actionable.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Senator Payman, could you just repeat the question? I was just referring to my notes.
Just asking whether the E-Safety Office used the informal power that allows them to tell social media services to, that have abuse directed towards them on a collective or a sort of a campaign-targeted way. That happened to Collective Shout as an organisation. They had several members being attacked on Twitter. And so, just curious to know if the Commissioner was able to use her informal powers.
Just to clarify, Senator, we don't have the ability to take any informal action where abuse is targeted towards groups, such as the organisation of Collective Shout. But certainly we did receive a large number of complaints from members of Collective Shout. In some of those circumstances, the material met the threshold for adult cyber abuse, and we issued what's called a service provider notification, which is an informal power, to have that content assessed by the platform as to whether they would remove it in relation to their terms of service. So that's correct.
Did you guys notify police about the abuse directed towards the members of Collective Shout?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and was that the local police, like state police, or was that the Australian Federal Police?
So we've notified the Western Australian Police, we've notified the South Australian Police, and we've notified the AFP.
Thank you. And does E-Safety believe, as the review into Online Safety Act recommended, that the threshold for adult cyber abuse should be lowered, as the current definition is leaving out abuse that is clearly bullying, as the Commissioner mentioned earlier?
I mean, that is ultimately a question for government. There are, of course, 67 recommendations that were put forward by Delia Ricard. I don't know. I would refer to the Minister as to whether that will be looked at in its entirety. Certainly two of the questions or the recommendations were around looking at the thresholds of the ACA, but also looking at whether or not a broader hate crime type scheme might be considered. One of the shortcomings, if you will, of the ACA is, and it was designed to be targeted, it has to target a specific Australian. It does not capture those who may be targeted with racist or anti-Semitic or anti-Islamophobic or any sort of characteristic or group that might be the genesis for such abuse. So that's why we have to apply it in such a narrow fashion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, would you...
Sorry, I'm just going to take back the call for a moment. Senator Payman to indicate that we are now in a position to release departmental officials in relation to outcome 6.1. You are released with the committee's thanks. Thank you very much. Senator Payman.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Minister, would the government consider lowering the threshold for adult cyber abuse as per the recommendations?
We are considering that recommendation.
Thank you. How many posts in relation to collective shout has eSafety Office issued takedown notices for? Probably Mr. Downey?
We received 40 complaints from collective shout, 32 complaints related to the adult cyber abuse scheme. Other complaints, I think it was 2 complaints related to illegal and restricted content, and there was a complaint in relation to the image-based abuse section of the Act. 7 of those complaints met threshold.
Okay. How many reports in relation to collective shout has eSafety received altogether? 40 complaints. Any 40 reports, you'd say, or more than that?
So we've received, as I stated, 40 complaints in relation to the most recent incident involving collective shout. We have received complaints from collective shout over the years, but I would need to take it on notice to give you an exact figure.
No worries, thank you. Just out of curiosity, why is there no facility for mass reports of large-scale abuse through eSafety's reporting forms?
You might need to repeat that question.
So when someone goes to the eSafety Commissioner's website to make a report and there is a large-scale abuse that's occurred and there's more than just one
so like a
form of report,
pile-on?
like a mass report of incidents taking place, is there a method or way of putting those mass reports all together at once, or do they have to be submitted individually?
We do allow in our form, and maybe Ms. King or Mr. Downey can sort of embellish upon this. You know, there have been times with our image-based abuse scheme, for instance, where we've actioned 432 and investigated 432 URLs as part of a single complaint. In terms of, you know, a pile-on with adult cyber abuse, that might be harder just for the person who's experiencing that kind of abuse to be able to collect all of the handles and all the evidence that might be required. But you might have a different experience that you'd want to share in that regard.
Under the legislation, the adult abuse scheme requires a complainant. So the abuse needs to be targeted, as I stated previously, to an individual. So the complaint needs to be submitted by an individual. There is the facility in our complaints portal to attach a number of pieces of content, so a number of URLs, but obviously there is a limit to what the system will allow or accept. And if subsequent complaints or subsequent images are detected post a submission, then you're required to submit another complaint because that investigation will already have started.
Yeah, just on that, as it stands currently, only 10 URLs and 3 photos are allowed per report. Is there scope to increase that? Because as you can imagine, somebody who's been traumatised with all the material of them in this sort of adult abuse, you know, format, trying to collect and collate all that data to then forward on as a complaint could be quite traumatising. So is there scope to increase that, the URLs and number of photos perhaps?
Sure, I might just add we're continually looking to improve our reporting forms and our public services, so absolutely we can look into that. The reason around the limitations is primarily around the data capture that we get, so the ability to store it appropriately, but I think we can take that on notice to let you know if there's other ways.
Senator Payman, I will now then share the call with Senator Roberts, but I'm also in a position now to release the officials from Australia Post. Thank you for your attendance today, and the committee appreciates you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair.
Australia Post.
Can I just check the NGA? Are they already?
Yes, but they've been released a while ago.
Just checking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. This question relates to the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, GARM. In 2024, the United States Congress determined GARM was acting as a cartel, withholding advertising from conservative media in an attempt to subvert the 2024 presidential election. In July this year, the House Judiciary Committee produced a report on exporting censorship using GARM to silence American speech. In this report, Commissioner, you're named 23 times. Based on the evidence presented, the report concludes at page 7, you colluded with GARM to subvert the 2024 presidential election. On whose authority your enabling legislation gives you no such power?
Well, first of all, I refute that claim. I have been in conversation with one of the representatives of GARM in 2023. I've never had discussions with them about Donald Trump or an election. Let me explain to you what GARM is. It is the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which has a broad membership of advertisers and marketers and other ad tech players that are concerned about platform safety. So you can see online safety and platform safety are aligned. And of course, a number of, most of the social media sites have ad policy and ad integrity platforms because they cannot attract advertisers if their platforms aren't safe. You would also know that when ad systems go wrong, it can be catastrophic for a platform. And in 2017, under the coalition government, major advertisers boycotted YouTube because terrorist and violent extremist material and hate speech were being served against the ads that they were using. So the Australian government actually was part of that boycott because you can imagine when the Australian Defence Force is trying to put out posts recruiting people and it's served with an ISIS propaganda advertisement, that is of concern to the Department of Finance at the time who was running this. So my conversations with GARM were strictly about platform safety and online safety and nothing else. So I don't know how many documents they had, what, hundreds and thousands of documents? I had a conversation with GARM about online safety, not about anything else.
Page 8 of the House Judiciary Committee report. In April 2024, Commissioner Grant ordered Twitter to remove certain content from its platform, including content surrounding the stabbing of an Australian bishop. In response to this order, Twitter blocked the content from being shown to its Australian users. However, Commissioner Grant demanded that Twitter block the content from being shown to all Twitter users globally, a position that even the victim of the attack opposed. Commissioner, how is this not a massive overreach of the mandate you were given? This content could not be seen from Australia, so why have it taken down worldwide? Do you consider yourself to be part of the World Internet Police?
Now, Senator Roberts, you will never see in written form or in verbal form any claim that I want to globally censor the internet. That was a tweet that was put out around Elon Musk, not by myself. If you look at our court documents, I use the language of the Online Safety Act that the platforms must take reasonable steps to remove the content and provide interstitials. Now, the vast majority of organizations that are based in the United States, they store all their content there, and when something violates their terms of service, they remove it globally. That was one option, but we accepted geo-blocking. As you would know, Senator Roberts, there is no Australian internet. I cannot ask for Twitter or Meta to just take things down from servers in Australia because they don't have them. So there are really two options, geo-blocking or a global removal, which companies do all the time. In fact, during that period, Twitter reported to the European Commission that they had globally removed 40,000 pieces of Israeli Hamas content. So there is no conspiracy theory, Senator Roberts.
Say there was.
You were kind of implying that
No,
I was sitting up as
Usually
the global
the word
police.
conspiracy theory is used to denigrate someone.
No. You said I was trying to be the global online police. I am here to protect
Correct.
Australians, and that is what the Online Safety Act gives me the tools to do.
Well, as I said in my question, in response to this order, Twitter blocked the content from being shown to its Australian users.
Yes.
But you went further.
No, I did not.
You did not.
I did not.
Okay.
And because it was blocked from Australians, but not from people in the UK, Axel Rudakabana, the 17-year-old Southport killer who killed 3 little girls at a dance studio, he claimed his inspiration for that killing was watching the Wakely X stabbing video on X 25 minutes before he went there. So back to the first part of my statement, why do we need to have refused classification Class 1 content there that normalizes, desensitizes, and radicalizes? It hurts people, and I just don't see why you think this would be something that you would want young Australians to be exposed to.
Report on page 54 in your email exchange with GARM, quote, I'll be in DC next week launching a global online safety regulatory network, global, at FOSI, then in Seattle and San Francisco. We'll be in New York on the 18th. Happy to try and touch base. A global...
Yep, this is an organization I started with the UK, Ireland, and Fiji.
7 countries,
the first
wasn't it?
4 countries were regulators. We worked together, and now we have 8 regulators and 18 observers. Regulators work together all the time, whether they're data protection authorities, whether they're consumer protection authorities. That's regular practice. We want to work better, and we want to ensure that there is regulatory coherence in our approaches.
The Family Online Safety Institute runs online safety courses in the United States and spends significant resources lobbying media and Congress for restrictions on internet access. Most recently working with Democrat Senator Blumenthal on the Kids Online Safety Act. Commissioner, why are you using taxpayers' money to swan around the world in matters that have no discernible benefit to the Australian taxpayer?
I'm sorry, what do you... I'm just trying to see where I fit into that scenario.
You're working with Democrat Senator Blumenthal on the Kids Online Safety Act on America. I'm not working with the Senator Blumenthal. I have met with Senator Marsha Blackburn, who's a Republican from Tennessee, who was a co-sponsor. That was on a trip that was requested by the by Post that I make some contact and meet a number of members of Congress that were interested in the e-safety model, but this was 3 or 4 years ago. So last week you directed X to take down a tweet by a Dutch journalist, Dries van Langenhove, which related to an American murder. Dutch journalist, American murder. How come? You say you're not setting yourself up as the World Internet Police, but this post has nothing to do with Australia. Why are you spending money on matters like this?
I believe the post contained the refused classification murder, which means it's illegal in Australia. But Mr. Downey, maybe you want to fill in the blanks there.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think the content that you're referring to, Senator, related to the stabbing of Irana Zarutska that was posted by the username that you just mentioned. We received a complaint about that content.
From Australia?
From an Australian. We don't... We referred that content to the classification board, who classified that as refused classification, so Class 1 material. And we...
So it wasn't your decision?
It wasn't our decision. Well, it was our decision to issue the removal notice to have the content removed because it is Class 1 material.
It wasn't your decision to put it in Class 1?
Yeah, if I could answer the question, Senator.
I'm trying to understand. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
No, but I'm trying to answer your question. So we, under the Online Safety Act, we are required to either have the material classified by the board as either refused classification or whatever the classification board determines it to be, or it is likely to be classified as that. We elected to have it classified, because of the amount of material that was online. There was different pieces, different portions of that material available online. Some of that material was pixelated, some of it was in news feeds, but the complaint that we received about the content you're referring to depicted the stabbing of that Ukrainian student, her bleeding to death on the floor of the train, so we issued a removal notice for that content.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation. That's very clear. How many overseas trips have you taken since your appointment, and to which destinations?
Since my appointment 8.5 years ago?
Yes.
I will have to take that on notice.
That's fine, thank you. On Sky News in August this year, you were asked if there will be sufficient guardrails to protect children from viewing pornographic websites. Your response was pornography was lawful but awful. You would take steps to prevent children from accessing pornography. What steps have you taken?
Well, we've just registered 9 industry codes, and these codes were part of the Online Safety Act of 2021. They're a co-regulatory code where the industry sectors, whether they're...
They got together and made those codes?
They write the codes.
Right.
My role is to determine whether or not they meet appropriate community safeguards. So in the case of this, in July, we wrote a paper where we said what our expectations were in terms of what the safety ceiling should look like as opposed to the dirt floor. These are co-regulatory after all. And so what these now registered codes will do is will require each of the 9 sectors of the technology industry to take steps to prevent under 18s from accessing pornography, violent content, explicit violent content, suicidal ideation content, self-harm, and disordered eating. The first 3 of these will be implemented at the end of December this year, and the following 6 will be come into force on March 9th in 2026. We give the industry time to be able to implement the tools to be able to enforce these rules.
Thank you.
Senator Roberts, just wanted to supplement that answer to say that, so when Parliament passed the Online Safety Act, Parliament stipulated a regulatory policy that said that these codes must be developed. So this is a decision of the Parliament for us to do that. So for reference, it's Section 137 of the Online Safety Act. So that there in Section 138 sets out the details of what should be in the codes and the process.
Thank you. Minister, I've spoken frequently, and maybe even today with you, with the Classification Board and the previous Minister for Communications, Ms. Rowlands, relating to the refusal of the Classification Board to classify pornography as restricted material if it was written for children. Here we have the E-Safety Commissioner taking steps to prevent children from seeing online the very same material they can access in any library in the country, and I commend you for that. The latest offensive publication is a sex instruction manual for children called Let's Talk About It. Minister, will you now harmonise the regulations on access to pornography by children between the E-Safety Office and the Classification Board?
Senator, your question goes to the classification of a certain piece of material, does it?
Books that are
Sure.
sometimes they're
So I
called
think
graphic
that's
comics.
a question for the Classification Board. I mean, they were due to be here tonight. I don't know if we'll get to them in time.
You're the Minister representing the government. I'm asking you a question. Will your government take on the duty of making sure that consistently pornography is dealt with consistently, because the E-Safety Commissioner is making sure that they can't do it online, but the
what I'm not
material
going
is
to do,
freely available
Senator, is
in
what I'm
libraries.
not going to do is accept the assertions made in your question. I don't know the material you're talking about. The Classification Board is responsible for classifying material like that, and you should ask them that question. What I will say is that the E-Safety Commissioner has been responsible for developing these, with industry, these codes, and that's to protect particularly children from pornographic material. As the E-Safety Commissioner quoted, as you repeated tonight, pornography in and of itself is legal, even if it's awful. And so the work that the E-Safety Commissioner is doing is in relation to children accessing pornography online.
So the E-Safety Commissioner is coordinating things globally to restrict access to the internet, coordinate them globally, but the government cannot coordinate within Australia. Do you have any interactions with non-internet, non-electronic sources of pornography?
I mean, we work with some of the major pornography providers in terms of being part of our designated internet services. I don't work with book publishers, if that's what you're referring to.
Do you work with the Classification Board?
We work with our local classification board. I don't work with other classification boards around the globe.
In Australia, you do work with them?
Yes. We refer content, like we did with the Charlie Kirk assassination, the Irina Rizkova killing, and the decapitation of the Dallas hotel owner.
What interactions have you had with regard to harmonising the classification with your material and the internet material and the physical books?
You know, we haven't, and interestingly, one of the recommendations in the Online Safety Act review is actually that our ability to assess Class 1 material, because our investigators are experts in that area, should be separated from the classification board, because the kind of classification they do is very different. We're looking at user-generated content, like these bombings, bludgeonings, and beheadings that we're talking about, whereas the classification board tends to look at produced books, produced movies and games and that sort of thing. So while there are synergies, and we have utilized the validation, if you will, of the classification board that this content is indeed RC, we are assessing very different kinds of content during our day-to-day work. Would you say that was the case, Mr. Downey?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Minister, I've got another question for you, but I'll put it on notice.
And we might be able to talk about this perhaps at the next estimates. There is work underway to reform the classification system as well. And you can probably talk. And you can ask the classification board about that if we get to them.
Fine. Last question. Commissioner, moving on to the 500 plus, more than 500 contracts you filled through AusTender, I see a lot of tenders for IT services, well above what one would expect for a department of your size. I also see FOI requests for documents from your office coming back with very large numbers.
I'll turn to the FOI request, first to Mr. Fleming, and on the tenders to Ms. King.
Yes, Senator. So in relation to FOI requests, we do get a large number of individual requests. So these are people asking us...
And you've dealt with most of them, apparently.
We do. So often we get requests from individuals seeking holdings, any holdings we have about them or their ex-handle, generally. So we do those searches and we respond. Most of those have no response. That's, again, because we don't collect the information. So that's the majority of those individual requests come through.
Like 285 out of 300 requests.
We've praised your office for the work in shutting down porn on the internet, so there's no disputing that. I think you should know that...
Senator Roberts, I'm not seeking...
I'm just winding up.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want the question answered about tenders or no?
Yes, please.
I might just add, each individual contractor, a labour hire individual, when they have a renewal, that will be on AusTender as well, so that might account for what you are seeing as a high volume. That doesn't equate to individual vendor contracts. Our spend is in in the annual report. It's all publicly available, and I wouldn't say it's categorised as higher than a standard agency.
One last comment turned into a question is, after the COVID mismanagement and the controls that were put on people, some that actually took people's lives, people in Australia are very, very wary about government interference. So we've applauded you for your work on shutting down pornography on the internet. We're very, very sceptical, as are many of our constituents, about censorship online and censorship in general.
So, Senator,
freedom of speech.
We're happy to discuss that with you at any stage if you'd like us to.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll hand over. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you, Senator Roberts. We are now in a position to release the E-Safety Commissioner and officers. Thank you very much for your attendance and answers here today. We request the officers from the NBN to come to the table, please. NBN Co Limited.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry. No, that's totally fine. Taking my time. A little bit slow at this point. It's going down.
We welcome officers from the NBN Co Limited. I welcome Miss Ellie Sweeney, Chief Executive Officer. Thank you for your attendance this evening and that of your colleagues. There is an opportunity to make an opening statement, but given the time of evening, I would request that if it's possible for you to table that and forego an opening statement, that would be much appreciated.
I'd be delighted to. Do you mind if I just make a 1-minute update?
1 minute would be wonderful.
Okay, I'm going to do
you.
this really quickly. Hey, thank you so much for your time. Hey, Chair, thank you again, and for the committee. It's great to be in Canberra again. I'm not going to introduce my colleagues, but maybe just a couple of comments from NBN. Again, we have just released our financial results for the year, and I would suggest that they have been a solid, not only operational but financial results for the year ending, and we have delivered against the guidance for the organisation. The results are very clearly in our annual report, which has been tabled to Parliament as well. We are definitely seeing customers embrace the digital capability and the higher speeds that NBN has been operating on and definitely looking to deliver, particularly over the last few years. And maybe a couple of dot points here. We've seen the adoption of high-speed plans, particularly those 100 megabits above. They've climbed to 36% of our active base, and that's up from 24% last year. We have introduced something in September of this year which we have been working on for more than 18 months, and it's Accelerate Great, and we have delivered for certain customers 5 times faster wholesale speeds for about 2.1 million homes and businesses within Australia at no additional wholesale cost. In regional and remote, and I know that Senator Henderson will be interested in this, but we have announced the landmark agreement with Amazon Kuiper, which again is to deliver low Earth orbit satellites for regional and remote Australia. Resilience, I know, has been a topic of conversation today, so maybe if I can just mention a couple of things. We continue to invest in critical digital infrastructure. We understand and appreciate that over 20 million Australians rely on NBN's network every day. We continue to do a lot of work in digital inclusion across a number of areas, school student broadband being just one of them. And maybe just to finish, as we look ahead to FY26, I think our priorities are very clear. We continue to invest in network and resilience. We continue to invest in cybersecurity to protect connectivity and to support critical infrastructure. We are accelerating in terms of national productivity through reliable, resilient and faster full broadband. We look forward to completing the 3.5 million fibre to the node premises by December of this year in 2025, and that's going to expand gigabit capability. And we're also upgrading the remaining 622,000 premises on legacy copper. Chair, we are building a network that we believe is going to be more reliable, is going to be smarter and faster, and our teams are incredibly focused on delivering that for the nation.
Thank you, Ms Sweeney. I appreciate your brevity. I will now turn to the Coalition senators who have questions. Senator Smith.
Thanks very much, and thank you for your attendance at such a late hour. I just wanted to return to the matter of the NBN network outage that was experienced across the Goldfields, Esperance region, I think around the time of the 26th of September. Can you just give me a high-level overview of the events that took place and how they were resolved?
Sorry, that was the outage in Esperance?
That's right, the Goldfield Esperance area.
Senator, definitely. Look, we appreciate your question, and maybe a couple of comments from me before I hand over to Dion, who is our Chief Network Officer. I think today, and listening into some of the Senate hearings, there's been a lot of conversation around, what are, I think, complicated and quite frankly serious topics. I really want to acknowledge on behalf of everybody at NBN the seriousness we take in providing critical digital infrastructure to Australia. We provide access to over 80 million Australians, 80% of Australia every day. We at NBN, we regret any disruption. So whether it is a disruption around an individual fault for an individual service, whether it is a planned network maintenance or upgrade, or indeed whether it is an unplanned outage. And Senator, the disruption in Esperance is what we would class as an unplanned outage. I think it's important, before I throw to Dion, to maybe just give some context here about the NBN network versus the network that the RSPs, the retail service providers, operate. And again, maybe some context for there. We provide what is classed as a Layer 2 wholesale access broadband network. And this is a different network than what's sitting over the top of it, if you will, and that's where the voice services, amongst other things, come into play. So our relationship is with the retail service providers, and the relationship with the retail service providers is with the end customers. We have very little visibility. Actually,
Correct.
we have
You're
none.
a wholesale network.
Yeah.
Yes. That's right.
Let me throw to Dion maybe just to give a little bit more context around the operation of the NBN network in relation to RSPs, and then we'd be delighted to spend a little bit more time with you on the Esperance issue.
Thank you, Ms Sweeney. Dion Labanovich, appearing as Chief Network Officer for NBN. As Ms Sweeney mentioned, the NBN is a wholesale-only, predominantly Layer 2 network, which means we provide the underlying physical infrastructure, such as the cables and the electronics, which does enable a data pathway from a consumer's home all the way through to a retail service provider's network. Retailers then provide the internet broadband and the voice service on top of the NBN. That's what's referred to as Layer 3 and beyond. And that means retailers manage configuration, routing, monitoring and delivery of those services themselves. And as Ms Sweeney said, we, from a wholesale perspective, do not have access to customer records, customer information, such as homes, addresses, billing service information. Senator, if I touch on the actual outage, the network fault itself in Esperance. So it was on the 26th of September.
Correct.
We received an alert in our network management centre. So that's a network management centre that manages all of Australia's national broadband network based in Melbourne. And we received an alert on what's called a network card.
Yep. And was that at 9:37 a.m?
Western Australian time. So we received that alert, and we look at this from Eastern Standard Time.
And then you publish the details of that 11 a.m?
Yes, correct. So once we receive the alarm at 11:29, we have those alarms. The Network Management Centre immediately looks to restore the network card itself remotely.
And when were the services restored?
The services were restored, Senator, at approximately 9:34 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.
So 11:34 p.m. Western Standard Time.
That would be around 7.
7:30, quite right.
Yeah.
Quite right, yeah. 7:30, so just 10 hours, approximately 10 hours.
Yeah, 9.5, yeah.
Great. How many landline services were impacted? I saw a media report that suggested 708.
So we only can see, Senator, as mentioned, because we're a wholesale network, we can only see the services in operation on the NBN network. That's a data service. There were 708 services in operation that were affected through that period. We cannot see what voice services go over the go over that data section, because that's on the retail networks, retail service providers networks.
What was the impact on 000 calls?
So when the NBN network has a network fault or an unplanned outage, such as severe natural disasters like cyclones, for instance, the actual data stream that we provide is down, and that means.
And that's the case in this situation because Ms. Sweeney described it as an unplanned outage.
Correct, and there was a network fault. It was a network card that failed. It was an electronic piece of equipment that failed, and we had to send a field engineer and a field technician to Esperance to replace that card with a spare card and get the network back up and running.
Which you were able to do by 7:34 p.m. that evening?
Correct.
Right.
So the local field engineer, we've got field engineers that are across Australia. The nearest engineer was based in Bunbury in WA. Bunbury.
To Esperance. So they would have had to hot-foot it.
Correct. So what we do when we identify...
Speed even. Or perhaps not.
Well, what we do, Senator, is we look for flights that are available at any time. Flights were not available at that time. So
you've got to go from Bunbury to Perth to get to Kalgoorlie,
correct.
to get to Esperance, or Perth to Esperance on a flight.
From Bunbury
They're very
to...
irregular and unreliable.
Many times.
Yeah, so the field engineer went from Bunbury by road with the electronic spares down to Esperance to replace that card.
So just so were 000 calls impacted?
Senator, as I mentioned, we can only see the services in operations. Retailers provide that service, provide that
and
management.
a retailer wouldn't... So if a retailer had experienced a 000 difficulty, would that have been reported to you?
Yes, so both NBN, we have obligations to notify when the NBN network goes down, and retailers have requirements to notify because they have that end user relationship. We provided 4 notices through that outage period. So we provided notice of significant local outage to retailers, to the department, to the ACMA, to the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, to NEMA, to the emergency services organisations, including WA Police, Ambulance.
These are outages notices?
These are the
which the committee is much more familiar with as a result of today's hearings than perhaps previously?
Yeah, so this falls in the classification of a remote community. Anything over 250 services in operations is required to be notified. And we obviously also notified the emergency call person. We then provided, within an hour, updates to the notice once we had the resolution timing planned with the field engineer. And we provided a third notice closer to the period of restoration for an update to all stakeholders. And then we provided a final notice confirming the restoration and the ongoing monitoring of...
and during that 10-hour period, retailers didn't notify you of any failure of 000 calls to connect?
The obligation for retailers is to provide those stakeholders themselves. They don't have an obligation to communicate that with NBN.
So since the events of the 26th of September, are you aware of any difficulties that were experienced in regards to 000 calls?
We can only see, Senator, the NBN network.
I'm probably thinking more anecdotally.
Anecdotally, Senator, we are not aware.
Okay, thank you.
And Senator, I would add that again, NBN takes these matters very seriously. The alarm went off at 11:29. The incident was created at 11:33. We attempted to restore via remotely when we were unable to do that.
Yes, this is the Eastern Standard Time versus Western Standard Time because I've got 9:37 a.m. here. That's right. Yeah. Given the events in regards to the Optus outage and the West Australian deaths that have been experienced, are you considering or have you been asked to consider any better reporting or more formal communication between retailers and yourself in regards to difficulties that might be experienced around 000 calls, or not necessary?
Senator, we haven't been asked to consider anything more formally. What I would suggest, though, is we do comply with the ACMA requirements under the telecommunications industry standards, and that's post-BEAN. And I think, again, we've had Cyclone Alfred was potentially a good example of that, where, again, we're very clear in terms of the reporting requirements that we have.
I suppose a key element that was revealed today is, yes, there is a regulatory framework, and yes, there are regulators, but the issue in regards to how effective market participants are in proactively considering a whole range of issues so that the regulatory regime stays ahead of issues rather than react to issues. That was really where my line of inquiry was going. Just finally then, and you might want to take this on notice, and congratulations to the NBN, it does look like it was resolved particularly effectively and efficiently given the distances that are involved. They are big distances. Perhaps you could provide to me on notice, in this calendar year, how many unplanned outages NBN has experienced in Western Australia, and the geographic region or the exchange, etc., in which that's taken place. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Senator, we can definitely take that on notice and provide that.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Who am I going to, Senator Henderson? Or is that...
No more questions.
Okay. Certainly. Thank you very much to the officers of NBN Co Limited for your attendance and your evidence here today. You are dismissed with the committee's thanks. We now have, for a very short window, the officials from Creative Australia. I appreciate the time and the amount of time you've waited. If we could make this changeover as quickly as possible, given the narrowness of the window, and thank you again.
Thank you, Senators.
We have a hard stop at 11 p.m.
We do. So, officials, if we could take our seats quickly, I appreciate the time of night and the extent of time you've waited.
Thank you.
Okay. We welcome officers from Creative Australia. I welcome Mr Adrian Collett, the Chief Executive Officer, and your colleague at the table and your colleagues in the room. Thank you for your attendance. Given the hour, I would really ask if you dispensed with an opening statement and if we go straight to questions.
That's fine. Can I table the
statement? Yes, please table it. Yes, table. I appreciate.
Just allow me one sentence on the opening statement, and that is, on the 1st of July, Writing Australia was established through the appointment of the Council, and that, along with Music Australia, Creative Workplaces, the Creative Futures Fund, and a number of other initiatives, completes all our major obligations under the National Cultural Policy. So that was quite a moment for the organisation, and we now look forward to producing the State of Culture report and the next iteration of the cultural policy.
Congratulations, Mr Collett. I appreciate that. We will table your opening statement. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you so much for your attendance. Apologies for the very late time of night. Mr Collett, I've raised deep concerns before about Creative Australia's grants to a range of organisations. Does Creative Australia have a problem with anti-Semitism?
Do we have a problem with anti-Semitism?
Yeah. Are you concerned about anti-Semitism?
Yes, we would be very concerned about any form of discrimination based on race, identity, religious belief, and would certainly be concerned about anti-Semitism.
Well, I'm going to cut to the chase. A very limited time. I've tabled a number of documents. So I just want to take you to Asil Taya and her company, Bookjay Proprietary Limited. She's received in total about nearly $1 million, including $631,000 in grants from Creative Australia. Some of her social media commentary is just completely horrific. Mr. Collette, I've raised ongoing issues with you about some of these people you are funding. These documents show that she's posted or amplified content that declares, "Do not dream of a happy world as long as Israel exists." Were you aware that Ms. Taya apparently believes the world cannot be happy while Israel exists?
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't aware of that. And as I said before, we, under our statutory obligations, we invest in freedom of artistic expression. That is sharply defined from freedom of expression. We're not responsible for people's personal views and we don't monitor them. So the artist you mentioned, and I'm not directly familiar with her work, but the significant investments by the sound of what you're saying has been determined by independent industry experts.
Well,
and the investment would be based on the excellence of her work, not the tenor of her opinions, of which I'm unaware.
Well, that's all very well, Mr. Collette, but this is taxpayers' money.
It is.
And so if you've got an artist who has the same objective as Hamas, which is to see the destruction of the state of Israel, then I would put it to you that it's completely improper for such an artist to be funded by Australian taxpayers.
If there is something that artist has said or done that is unlawful, please give us the evidence for it and we will be able to refer it to the relevant authorities. We are not an investigatory body. We are an investment and development agency for the arts. And we require all individuals and organisations to abide by the existing laws, which are very strong, both state and federal, on discrimination on the basis of ethnicity or religion or other forms of discrimination.
And what's even more offensive, Mr. Collette, is that not only has she said some absolutely horrific things, anti-Israel sentiment, which is hate speech, without any doubt. She received the grant as someone living in Dubai. So she does not even reside in this country.
Is she an Australian resident?
I don't know what the status is of her citizenship, but she made a permanent move to Dubai. And so I would say, and my understanding is that she's left Australia forever. Why are we funding people who are not even in Australia, who have uttered many horrible sentiments about Israel? Mr. Collette, that's not freedom of expression, that's not freedom of speech, that's inciting violence, that's hate speech. And she said many other things, and along with other artists that I've tabled, and regrettably I've literally only got 2 minutes left. So we are literally going to have to return to this at the next estimates. But, Mr. Collette, let me just say I am deeply concerned. Do you support funding artists who support terrorism?
No, I don't support that, but I would repeat that we invest in artists and creative practice based on the advice of industry experts, and we are not there to monitor personal opinions. If artists indulge in practice or say things that are unlawful, then we would want to be aware of it, and if there was a case, we would refer it to the relevant authorities, and we are not one of those.
Well, I would suggest that the character of the people you fund, they are accessing precious taxpayers' dollars. And so I would suggest that the character of the people you fund is very important and should be fundamental in the decision-making to award these grants.
We think the character of the work that we fund is very important, and if there is a personal case to be answered, please send it to us and we will refer it to the relevant authority. We are not an investigatory body.
Well, look, out of respect for the chair, because it is 10:59, and look, just one final question. This year, Creative Australia has funded 16 Creative Australia Fellows. Artist on that list has publicly made openly anti-Israel and anti-Semitic commentary. How does that happen?
I think that's a version of the same question, Senator. If you believe that they have made illegal or anti-Semitic comments, please send me evidence of it, and
Mr.
we will
Collett,
act on
I would
it.
suggest to you that you're not doing your job, that you should be scrutinising
Last
these
year
matters.
we gave 3,970 grants. We got 11,000 applications. Even if we wanted to do background checks, it would be impracticable. But we also, in principle, don't do background checks. We evaluate, with the best possible industry advice, the calibre of the work.
Well, Mr. Collett,
Thanks,
I do
Chair.
have to, out of respect for the chair, I do have to finish up. I think this is a totally intolerable
Thank you,
situation, but I will continue my questions next time.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. I would like to thank everyone who's appeared today, and to those agencies we didn't get to, you are excused with the committee's thanks. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you again to all witnesses who appeared and those who did not get the opportunity to appear, and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. I thank my colleagues and the ministers who've appeared, or the minister who's appeared here today, and I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by 16 October 2025. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.